It's actually France. The French are the reigning silver medalists, and they're obviously very good because they've been holding on to that medal for the last 125 years. So congratulations to France. We might get into the discussion now. So Nick, I might throw to you first, if I may. 125 years has been an extraordinary amount of time to wait. Could you give us some insight, given your role obviously leading CA and working with the ICC for quite some time? I think you were probably quite close to those deliberations. Could you give us some insight into what those considerations were with both the ICC and the IOC?
Thanks, Rich. And can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Nick.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, firstly, can I just say how sorry, and I'm really disappointed I can't be there. So many great friends in the room, and just want to commend the Philip Green, His Excellency, the Consul General, Paul Murphy, the Gujarat government on bringing everyone together. I think it sounds like you had a great day yesterday, and what a fantastic program you've got. Also, just want to extend congratulations again for the other night and making it through to the final for the Champions Trophy. Look, I think the cricket being in the Olympic program, if I'm being really honest, I actually think it's probably 4 years ahead of where it might have been, but it has been being deliberated and discussed for a long, long time. So many of you will remember that the 1998 Commonwealth Games in Malaysia had cricket, and I think South Africa won the gold medal on that occasion. The first paper that I've seen on this dates back to 2008. And really, the reasoning in that paper, I think stand today. I think, and I would say, in the London Games in the opening ceremony, cricket was a real feature of the opening ceremony. The very first scene saw England's green and pleasant land and a game of cricket. So I sent Rich a picture of that this morning. I encourage everyone to have a look. But I think, look, cricket in the Olympics, I really do feel like it's a match made in heaven. There's, I'm sure, plenty of people in the room that have been part of big corporate mergers, and I think there's huge synergy value. And in the simplest terms, the Olympics is really, and the IOC is seeking to engage the subcontinent. India, where everyone is the biggest, fastest growing economy in the world, and in the ICC strategy, North American market is a really key priority, with incredibly vibrant diaspora communities from cricket playing nations. So I really think we have to commend Casey Wasserman, the team at LA, who've seen the opportunity, embraced it, got it on the LA program. And I think what's most exciting is that Australia is hosting in 2032, and we hear about, and I understand there's a session on the program, or there was yesterday, about India's aspirations in 2036. But I just think it's a hugely exciting time, hugely exciting opportunities for the Olympic movement, for cricket, and I think can't wait for LA 28. And I know, speaking to the Australian players, certainly, I think it's going to extend a few careers. There's lots of players that want to be there.
Thank you, Nick. Sachin, I might throw to you, because I think, given your previous role as head of strategy, you were quite close to some of these deliberations going back even further.
Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everyone. I was head of strategy and scheduling at Cricket Australia for a long time, from 10 to 19. So I was lucky enough to hear and contribute to the discourse on this point. Look, I think for any sporting organisation, the objective is to grow the game. And so how do you do that? One of the ways you can do that is grow investment in the game, of course. And there was a fundamental belief that by having cricket as part of the Olympics movement, that would unlock a lot of investment around the world, from all the governments that all of a sudden realise that this is a sport they need to get behind. You have 200 countries. If everyone put in $1 million, the numbers start to multiply quite quickly. Secondly, I think some of the challenges with getting cricket in the Olympics, for what it's worth, is you can understand why everyone thinks it's a good idea. Let's just do it. Well, as we know, there's a lot of cricket that's played, and I think everyone's probably always thinking, oh, there's too much cricket. I don't think that, but some people do. and there's not any time in the schedule. So given the timing of the Olympics, which is usually in the Northern Hemisphere summer, that would impact a number of key cricketing nations' seasons, and you can guess who they are. So that's been those have been some of the challenges or the predicaments to work through before we can actually sign it off. But just to give you an example, the hypothesis was that this would unlock investment. Just recently, the Chinese, I think that China had sent 50 players to Sydney. And why? Well, it's because it's an Olympic sport now. And they've already signed an MOU with one of the state associations to actually exchange expertise and ideas and how to ensure that the Chinese then is already starting to bear fruit.
Fascinating. Thanks, Sachin. Maybe China might be an outside chance of winning a medal in Los Angeles or later. Sanjog, I might go to you if I may. Cricket hasn't been an Olympic sport that has nonetheless come a long way in the last 125 years. So we're about to restart our love affair with the Olympics. What benefit do you think cricket can bring to the Olympic movement?
Firstly, let me just apologize to everyone for not being there in person. Richard mentioned how Ahmedabad witnessed a spectacle, a disappointing one for most Indian fans a few years back. I was in Ahmedabad a month and a half back for another spectacle which filled up the stadium with 125,000 concert goers when Coldplay performed there on January 26th. It's Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, the Twin Cities are proving to be a great venue for aggregation of fans, irrespective of the context in which that aggregation happens. We've seen some of the biggest events unfold in Ahmedabad over the last 2.5 years: IPL finals, World Cup final, and now this concert on Jan 26th. So it's a city that has become a destination for anyone seeking live events or once in a lifetime experiences. I apologize for not being there. Specifically on the question that Richard just asked, I think it speaks directly to what the Olympics wants to be. It speaks directly to what the vision and direction for the Olympics is, and where, as part of that vision and direction, this region sits. And I'm not just speaking about India, I'm talking about the larger South Asian region. Specifically to India, obviously, if one looks at the social context of this, a country with the largest population in the world, with 45% of its population below the age of 25, why would the Olympics not be interested in India? If you look at the economic context, an economy growing at 6%, higher disposable incomes, burgeoning middle class, which wants to spend more on recreation and particularly sport, why would the Olympics not be interested? For the last 3 decades, any global brand that wanted to make its presence felt in this region depended on cricket. And very logically, the Olympics sees cricket as a vehicle which could deliver significant affiliation in this region for the movement and for the games. So what cricket brings to the Olympics is possibly a much wider door to be opened for the Olympic movement to thrive in this region. And that's very much a part of the Olympic movement, to be relevant and contextual, not just for the world that has already participated in multiple games and already is affiliated to the Olympic movement, but a part of the world which is perhaps not affiliated as significantly to the movement as the other part. So in every way, cricket is an avenue and a vehicle and a doorway into the region for the Olympics.
Thank you, Sanjog. I might get some thoughts, Jatin, from yourself. Same question. What benefit do you think cricket will bring to the Olympics?
Thanks, Richard. Good morning, everyone. I was hoping I would be the last one to speak in the opening round, because I would just like to aggregate all the thoughts, there's just so much going for cricket and the Olympics. You could look at it from any perspective. You could look at the commerce of it, you could look at the social capital of it, you could look at the demographic of it, and which I'd like to echo as Sanjog said. India is the youngest population in the world, and is set to remain so for the next 7 to 10 decades. So while all of this is fantastic, I think it's also a big responsibility for the IOC to build on this terrific floor plate of benefits, of advantages that is very, very clear for everybody to see. But how the IOC actually grows cricket from an exhibition sport in LA onto Brisbane and then on to the next 10 or 12 Olympics is going to be extremely important. I for one know that this is a huge opportunity for India as much as it is for the Olympics as well, and the Olympic movement will add a lot of younger fans to its fold as well, because by default you would then have millions and millions of Indians watching the Olympics, which they would not have in the earlier case. So all in all, just a lot of things going on, but important to build on it in the right way.
Thanks, Jad. No, I might stay with you for a follow-up as well. Just thinking about the global game, do you think being part of the Olympics offers additional development opportunities perhaps for some of the lower ranked nations?
Yes, it does, and I think it's important for all of us to understand the work the ICC has been putting into this over the last couple of decades. I think they're doing a lot of work with at least 60 or 70 countries as we speak, and all of that will come together when there's when the Olympics is involved, because as Sachin said, there will be an overinvestment from country federations for this particular sport. So I think it's just something which it's a movement which we're just seeing the start of. There's so much more to look forward to.
And I guess that just, Sachin's point earlier just underlines that with the Chinese already sort of, getting involved and wanting to develop their talent as well. Nick, if I might go back to you. It might be useful for us here to understand a little bit more about the competition at the Olympics and what we know so far. Cricket's obviously unique in that we're juggling 3 formats, which can be a challenge from a scheduling perspective. What's the competition going to look like in Los Angeles?
Yeah, well, Rich, it's a good question. I think that's all in development. I think it'll certainly be T20. It'll certainly be women's and men's, and it'll certainly be equivalent competition structures for both, the same for both. So what I would say, I think it's worth remembering that T20 cricket is really between 20 and 25 years old, and what we've seen is just you only have to look at the Women's Premier League at the moment, the IPL, T20 World Cups, just to see how it's really captured the imagination of the next generation of fans. I think what's really exciting is that the T20 World Cup has now gone to 20 teams. It will be going to 20 teams. We know that there's big pressure on athlete numbers at the Olympic Games, and that's due to having to house people in the athletes' village. So I'm most excited to see how the qualification pathway is going to work to the LA 28 Games, and I think a really great opportunity to engage audiences, not just at the games itself, but think about the qualifying matches and the lead up. Any of those 20 countries that are competing at the T20 World Cup, all competing for what will be a much more limited number of spots. That's going to make for some really exciting cricket in the lead-in.
Thanks, Nick. Well, we'll be watching closer to see how the competition plans play out heading into Los Angeles. Sanjog, could I ask your view on where the Olympics will sit in the hearts of fans? So we're obviously in a world now where there's a lot of global tournaments, a lot of ICC events as well. Where will winning a gold medal be ranked as far as the fans are concerned?
I'm glad you asked that question, Richard. And that's really pertinent question because the inclusion of cricket in the Olympics is just the starting point. It's not the finish line. It's where the build actually starts from. And I think there has been obviously a great deal of work done to get cricket into the Olympics, but we should be slightly more circumspect about what that means. It's basically an indication of the fact that there is a foot in the door. One, the door is not open, and two, there isn't a pathway yet. So it's important to just be careful around, priming it as a success before the hard yards have been put in. So, in the context of the cricketing ecosystem, and Nick can speak to this, and Sachin in his previous role used to do this, and you do this day in and day out. The context of a competition, each and every game, is the most critical aspect for a fan. And given that there is an ICC event every year now, as part of the new, FTP, it is important to also start defining what do the games mean, not just for the stakeholders, and clearly they mean a lot for the stakeholders, but for the fans. Because we could all be 4 years down the line looking at what's happened with cricket in the Olympics and saying to ourselves, this is just one more competition in an already packed calendar of cricket. And while as I agree with Sachin to an extent that there can never be too much cricket, there can be too much irrelevant cricket. And I think that nuance is really important. So the games have to be built in a way where there is clearly a distinguishing aspect to the gold medal outcome, as you called it. It shouldn't be one more competition that Australia, England, India, and other nations are participating in, where there is a winner at the end of it, but most fans don't care because they already have a global competition in the form of a World Cup and enough and more contextual bilateral cricket, be it the toughest rivalry, the Border Gavaskar Trophy, or the India Tour of England, or a bunch of other tours that mean a lot to fans, and gets lost in that crowd. So the work really begins from here. I think some bits of what Nick has already spoken of about the competition structure, giving it that context. How do you make how do you work around the challenges? LA 28 is being played in a time zone which is not conducive to this region for viewing. So how do you optimize for spectatorship in stadia to make sure the spectacle looks as good as it does, but also make sure that millions can watch it in this part of the region, is a delicate balance that the IOC will have to tackle. It's perhaps one of the biggest challenges that the IOC faces. We've seen what was a strategic initiative of taking the World Cup to the US, which perhaps did not deliver on the outcomes or the strategic outcomes that it was supposed to deliver to. Yes, it had viewership. Yes, India emerged victorious. Yes, eventually there were good games in the tournament. But did it do as much for cricket in the US as it was originally envisioned to? And the jury's out on that verdict. So I think it's important to recognize the fact that this is just the starting line. There is a 4-year, or less than 4 years now, pathway towards success, and there are enough and more challenges, but enough and more opportunities along the way which must be recognized and built upon for us to look back at LA 28 as a watershed moment for cricket in general around the world.
Sach?
Yeah, just to add to that, Sanjog, I agree. I think there's a cautionary tale from a few other sports that are in the Olympics that cricket should learn from, just to make sure that, as Sanjog said, this is a starting line, not the finishing line, just to get it in. So look at what's happened with, world football, right? That's obviously a very popular sport, the most popular sport in the world, but they have, what is it, under 21, under 23? Like, there's a quality limit, so it doesn't actually, you're not necessarily getting the best of the best there. So I think, what can cricket do to make sure it gets the best of the best there is going to be key. Otherwise, it's just seen as, for some people they opt in and for some people opt out. You want the best of the best there. And that's going to help ensure that you capture the imaginations of the fans that you're trying to actually engage.
Which leads me to my next question. Jatin, I might ask you first if I can. What do you think success would look like coming out of LA?
I think it's difficult to quantify it, but just as an add-on to what Sanjog mentioned, I think the calendar is really packed. There's an ICC event every year, and I think that the success of cricket at the Olympics involves one more important stakeholder, and that's the BCCI. So if the ICC and the IOC can work with the BCCI to ensure that cricket at the Olympics, the Indian cricket team at the Olympics is positioned in the best possible way, I think that could be that could see a lot of prioritization attached to the event, and just getting players to express how important it is for them to have an Olympic medal, to try and win an Olympic medal will kind of just ensure that the fans follow it greatly. So I think the role of the BCCI in all of this cannot be underestimated.
Thank you, Jatin. We spoke earlier about the positioning of the Olympics in the hearts of fans. I'm interested in viewership. Sanjog, cricket viewership in India is often quite staggering for someone in Australia when we think if we can average an audience of 1 million people on a Friday night, we're doing pretty well. And I'm also actually very proud of the recent summer we had with you and your team, where I understand here in India that was the second most watched test series of all time, and the most watched test series ever played outside India, which was a great result, which we're very proud of, and we're appreciative of all the work of you and your team around that. But as far as Olympics viewership here in India is concerned, what sort of impact do you think cricket will have on the viewership of all the other sports here in India?
It's a really interesting question, Richard, and actually it links back very well to the previous question you asked, Jatin, which was what does success look like? And I think success would look very different to different stakeholders, and that's where I think all stakeholders need to come together. And I'm glad Jatin brought up BCCI. I would bring up CA, ECB, and all the boards actually, and success for each board would look very different. There will be a certain set of nations that will get to participate, and then there will be a certain set of nations that will miss out, who will aspire to participate. The success for both those sets of nations may look very different. The success metrics for a broadcaster in India may look very different from the success metrics for a broadcaster in the US or in the UK. I was reading a report the other day which basically said that every fourth person in the world happens to be an Indian, right? So it's not just the region, but it's also a diaspora that gets activated. And in key regions, that diaspora is a significant audience that broadcasters are trying to reach out to. So it's important for the ecosystem to understand that the success metrics of this initiative look very different for different stakeholders. And again, be cognizant of the different success metrics out there and prioritize what does success in the first edition of cricket in the Olympics really means, even if it means making choices around some stakeholders' success metrics not being met, right? Good strategy, and Sachin would speak to this, is about not doing too many things and choosing to do a few things. And I think that choice becomes very important in the context of what success means, and that should define the choices that are being made. To the question that you posed, I'll give you some context. Let's not compare it to cricket. Jatin knows how big cricket is in different roles. He's He's played a part in growing its viewership, and I don't think any sport or multi-sport event in India should make the mistake of comparing itself to cricket. Cricket effectively defines the sporting landscape in this country, with a few exceptions. Just to give you a context of the Olympics, the Pro Kabaddi League has higher viewership than the Olympics in India. So the context of a multi-sport event without cricket in this country really puts it somewhere below the number 2 sport in the country. What will it do? It will definitely drive sampling. So it goes without saying that again, I go back to something that Jatin said. You play a cricket match anywhere in the country, and you'll find some fans who will be willing to sit and watch. Right? It could be a gully cricket match. It could be a turf cricket match. It could be a cricket match in a Maidan. You'll find some people watching. Right? So that's the love for the game. So I have no doubt that the inclusion of cricket in the Olympics in terms of viewership will mean that there are new viewers who come in who haven't watched Olympics, and the viewership in terms of engagement of the Olympics will go up as well. But that's just a cricket match included in the event. How does cricket get woven into the Olympic narrative is the real question here, and is the real challenge. It's not about a bunch of cricket matches being played at the same time as the Olympics, but how seamlessly does the cricket movement, and one has to also take into account that cricket is a growing sport. What we've seen with women's cricket over the last 5 years or so has been exponential, and Nick, who's on this call, played a huge part in starting that journey with Cricket Australia and the 2020 T20 World Cup for women. And the attendance at the MCG, and it was multiplied manifold by BCCI's initiative around WPL and what Jay Shah launched a couple of years back, and we are beginning to see that as the big growth story in the cricket ecosystem. So cricket's also a growing phenomenon. Now, how do you take the objectives of an Olympic movement, which is perhaps matured over a period of time, and if I may say, has plateaued to some extent, and marry it with a fast-growing sport like cricket is something that will need to be thought through, because it shouldn't just be that an independent cricket event is hosted as part of the Olympics, delivers exclusive viewership which only watches cricket and then goes off, because that will do nothing for the Olympic movement, and that will do nothing for the concept of cricket in the Olympics.
Richard, if I can just jump in here a little bit, just to extend on what Sanjog said. I think there's a huge opportunity for the Olympics to also help the Indian youth to understand sport a little bit more, to fall in love with sport, just by the sheer fact that their cricket team is playing in the Olympics. I think there's a huge opportunity there. I know this is a little philosophical, but there's a huge opportunity for the Olympics to impact Indian children and introduce them to the Olympic movement through cricket. I think, and hence I said at the outset that it's incumbent on the IOC to involve the right stakeholders, including CA and the ECB and the BCCI obviously, and really have a solid strategic roadmap on this, because this isn't a circus coming into town and leaving town piece. This has to be dealt with the utmost seriousness, because it has impacts beyond the game, honestly.
Thanks, Jatin. I find this one really interesting, and something I think Sanjog said before about cricket can't just sort of be an addendum. It needs to be sort of fully integrated as part of the Olympic movement moving forward that everyone knows and expects. And there's a number of other team sports in the Olympics that are quite healthy as sort of standalone propositions, football obviously being one, tennis being one. I'm curious, I might throw back to you, Sanjog, and then I'll go to Nick for his reflections on, are there any of those other team sports that you look at and think, that's done really well, that's working really well as an Olympic sport, even though it obviously has a very healthy standalone format and competition?
You seem to be reserving all the tough questions for me, Richard. I may just deflect towards that one towards Nick. No, look, I think there is too much that's made of this whole thing around individual and team sport. You know, while cricket is technically a team sport, it is as much an individual sport as well. It's a battle every ball between a bowler and a batsman, right? If you look at why people watch sport in general, it's always because they're following heroes. While there is a great deal of national pride at play when you watch sport, especially nation versus nation sport, and there may be affiliations to clubs that get built over a period of time. Most new fans, at least that's what a lot of our research tells us, get recruited into the sport on the back of acts of heroism or heroes in particular, right? It will be that odd moment where, I remember I became a fan of Steve Waugh in the 1987 World Cup when he bowled the last over to India in a World Cup match. 6 of 6 were required, and he bowled the last over. And unfortunately, as disappointed as I was that India lost, I had suddenly become an admirer of the man they called Iceman at that point, right? So a lot of us become fans of the sport, irrespective of whether it's team sport or individual sport, on the back of heroes. So I think a little too much is made at times of whether success in a certain competition structure or in a certain context can be attributed to it being a team sport or an individual sport. I don't think the conversation is necessarily that. I think the conversation is more around affiliation and what drives affiliation, right? Obviously, there is, as I said, there's significant national pride associated with nation versus nation events, which is what the Olympics movement can benefit from when teams or individuals play against each other. But there is a great deal of enthusiasm for individuals, and an example of that is the 100-meter race, which is always the showpiece event in the Olympics, where national affiliations take a back seat and individual athletes are cheered for. So I don't think it's right for us to try and premeditate the success or failure of cricket on the back of what its technical definition is. I think it's more important for us to be cognizant, and I think Sachin said this, of what the challenges would be for cricket in particular in the Olympics, and Olympics in the context of the cricket ecosystem. A lot is said about cricket in the Olympics, and what is often not said is this is also Olympics is existing in the cricket ecosystem. And a lot of work has to be done to make sure that both make sense, because if either of those two don't make sense, this initiative will not really be, or we're not setting it up for success.
Thanks, Sanjog. You mentioned Steve Waugh. I thought of him earlier because I remember, and I didn't mention him to gloat or anything, but I remember years ago, cricket was in the Commonwealth Games in Malaysia, and I'm not sure if it's been seen since. Oh, no, it has been seen since. But I remember he was being interviewed about it, and he was so passionate about it, and I remember him describing it as being part of something much bigger that's tapping into a sort of a deeper level of patriotism within the country, and not, all those players weren't on the Australian cricket team; they were now part of Team Australia, which was a really, well, he described it as being quite a fulfilling experience for him and the other players on there as well, on the team. So I'm sure being part of the Olympics, some of the players will feel that way for many of the countries in the tournament. Nick, could I throw to you for your reflections?
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic discussion. I think it's a really important discussion. I think probably as a game we've been celebrating the fact that we've been included and we're part of it. But I reflect back to London and my time on the London Games, and really Seb Coe led a very, very clear vision, which was to inspire a generation, and ultimately the pitch to host the games was to choose the youth of the world to choose sport. And I just, hearing to everyone speak, I reflect back to when I fell in love with the Olympic Games, which was as a 10-year-old boy, LA, 1984. And I distinctly remember with my brothers doing mini Olympics in the garden, and so you'd run around the garden, and then you'd update the medal table, and then you'd go to the swimming pool and you'd race and you'd update the medal table. And I think that is the opportunity, the broader opportunity, particularly in cricket loving countries, is what programs can we put in place to encourage young kids to choose sport, whether that's cricket or whether that's athletics, swimming, cycling, and so on. I think certainly in London, and we talk a lot about legacy. I think a better word than legacy is impact, and that it starts well in advance. And we saw, whether it was gymnastics clubs, basketball clubs, karate clubs, we saw kids aged 14, 15, 16, so we saw programs very oversubscribed because people wanted to compete in the home games. And so, I think it's incumbent on all of us to start to think about the opportunity in its broadest sense. And this conversation is very timely, and I think it's going to require all the sporting organisations to come together. And ultimately, I think what it comes back to getting kids into sport, and regardless of which sport that is. I think there are representatives from Athletics Australia in the room. The other thing that my former chair Seb used to say is that athletics is the foundation of everything, which is you've got to run, you've got to throw, you've got to jump, and those skills we saw on display the other night in Dubai. And so I think physical literacy, in large parts of the world where the Olympic movement is where the IOC is looking to expand, and really build affiliation. I think that's the benefit, is physical literacy and health. I think it's a really exciting time, and just thank you for again to the Australian High Commission and to the Gujarat government, everyone for convening it. I think it's a really important discussion.
Thank you, Nick. Grassroots, we talk about a lot internally. And kids and girls playing is in a sense, that's why we're all here, and it's the only legacy that really truly matters. So I think we'll wrap up, but I might quickly throw to Jatin and do a quick one. Your tip for the men's and women's gold medal in Los Angeles, and your outside chance.
India and Australia.
Sach?
Very diplomatic.
Oh, look, I think Australia's pretty hard to beat on both, but India's obviously going to be in the final.
No one's really going out on a limb here. Sanjog?
We've been building the narrative around how India is the challenger to Australia. We've called Australia the final frontier for the Indian women's team. So I would say India and India.
Very good. And just to close out, Nick, any change?
No, I think historic double to take it off Britain and France. Yeah.
It'll be good to knock the French off for the silver medal finally. Okay, well, thanks everybody. Just very, very briefly as well, just to point of indulgence, Nick's actually leaving us this month. He's been CEO of Cricket Australia for the last 5 years. He's been with CA for, 12, 13, 14 years or thereabouts, working within Australian cricket. Nick, thank you. I've loved working with you, and you've been a massive advocate for world cricket, for Australian cricket, and you've been a huge champion of the India-Australia relationship and rivalry as well. So thank you, and thanks to all our panellists.
Thanks for that, Richard. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right, I think it's a great start to the day. Very, very insightful, very engaging, and I think the perfect people to take us through the journey into the Olympics for cricket as well. We now move into our next panel, and I think it's equally important, if not more important as well. We've talked about how we could have separate conferences on women in sport. I think it's safe to say, as we've also heard from the previous forum, we've seen a massive push when it comes to even cricket and women's sport in India. We've seen a huge lift when it comes to Olympic hopefuls, Asian Games hopefuls, Commonwealth Games hopefuls in India as well. I think we know, looking at the past, that Australia's sort of set the tone. I remember coaching Australian women's cricket back in 2008 and 9, and I was amazed at how far Australia was already at that time when it came to women's sport. We've seen that only grow leaps and bounds with everything they've done with women's cricket and women's sport, Australian football, netball, and everything else that goes on in the country as well, let alone Olympic sports like swimming and everything else that Australia brings to the table. So I think when we come to this topic, I think we've got a really, really nice panel of very diverse conversations that will come through as well, both from an Indian perspective and from an Australian perspective. So I'd like to please welcome on the dais here, Olivia Thornton, CEO of Cricket Australia's Capital Territory. Welcome, Olivia. Morning. Wherever, pick your seat. Ria Vardhan, CEO of Leap Gymnastics. Lavanya Sirsakar, strength and conditioning expert at the Vijay Bharat Sports Academy. Go for it. Absolutely. And we've got Jutika Mehta, Chief Program Officer at the Transstadia Institute. All right, good morning, everyone. Good to have you guys here. Grab a mic, please, if you don't mind. Olivia, I'm going to start with you because, firstly, crazy that you're the first female leader in your organization's 103-year history, and the second ever within Australian cricket. Just crazy to think that it's the case given that there's 200 years of Australian cricket. And I think pull to be where you are as well.
Yeah, firstly, just a point of clarification, I'm not the CEO of Cricket Australia. Obviously,
yeah.
Nick, ACT, but
Yep.
that happens a little bit. But look, I always find that one an interesting one when people sort of draw out that 103 and 200 year sort of history, and it doesn't necessarily sit quite well because there's been so many wonderful women involved in our game and equally in other sports in Australia that should have been afforded this opportunity, but wasn't. But I feel like I've got this massive platform and very honoured to be able to establish a pipeline in behind me and in behind Christina Matthews, who was the first, to ensure that we've just got this flood of female administrators, if they so wish. So that's probably the key bit there. But in terms of lessons, look, I'm a former educator. I think life is riddled with lessons. Every day I go to work, I learn something new. But if I really sort of strip it back, and this is not rocket science by any means, but there are two things that I'd probably point out. The first is just the importance of diversity around the decision-making table. And the example I'll use there is I've been in other roles, other senior roles in sport, in other sector, where I've been able to, have hoped to influence change, to try and push things up to influence change. In this particular role, I can make change. Yeah. And again, it doesn't sound, you're probably sitting there saying, oh, no, I mean, that's pretty obvious. But it wasn't until I moved into this role that I thought, my God, I've got an opportunity to change that. And one of the first things that you look at when you take on these sorts of roles, and there's handovers, is the salary spreadsheet. And my God, that was an interesting one. And again, I've got really good relationships with my predecessors as well. So this is not, having a dig at them or anything like that. But there was a historical sort of inequity around pay, comparing apples and apples. And that hadn't been addressed. Now that hasn't, knowing these guys that have been before me, they're wonderful humans. But it just mustn't have been on their radar in terms of trying to change that or asking why that discrepancy may have been there. So it was one of the first things, being able to change that, and full support from my board too, which was wonderful. So that was probably the first one. The second one was, I had lots of advice when I first was appointed. Obviously a lot around my gender, a lot around my age too, which was interesting. A lot older than I look, but that because I'm a small female, I'll need to be really aware of my presence in a room. As someone that has a softer voice, I'm going to be really important. It's going to be really important how I project myself in that room. If I haven't got a golf membership, I need to get one, because that's where a lot of the work's happening. And that my first sort of meeting around that sort of national CEO table, you need to make sure that your presence is felt and that you get your point across, because you don't want to leave them thinking that you don't sort of fit around this particular table. But oh my God, like seriously, I've always been one. I'm really comfortable in my own skin. I'm really comfortable in terms of my strengths. Really comfortable in terms of the areas of growth for me, and sort of putting getting people around me that complement my strengths. So I think that in those sort of, with that advice, it could have gone down one trajectory to try and be someone that I wasn't. But again, being really firm and being really grounded. I've come from a big family, come from farming stock. I think that's certainly contributed to who I am today. But again, just that importance of being you, being authentic, and not trying to be someone else's, lead in a different way, but lead in your way, and lead, with your authentic self. So.
Fantastic, and it's what's led you here as well, and great to have that start from you. I'm glad you didn't take a lot of that advice on, Olivia.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the golf. Golf hasn't improved, but no. But again, just been open to feedback, of course, but being true to yourself as well.
Brilliant. Thanks for sharing those initial thoughts as well. Ria, you've had an interesting journey, because you've transitioned from being a tennis player yourself into now leading the charge for Leap in Mumbai and doing what you guys do. Just a quick note, and I was telling you this yesterday, several kids or parents that I know of in Bombay absolutely love sending their kids to Leap, and you guys clearly are doing a fabulous job. When you look at gymnastics around the world, it's actually marks participation of young girls, and it's funny when it comes to India. Unfortunately, we're still riding on the pigtails of one Deepa Karmakar. How do we go about this change of getting more girls into gymnastics at a serious level, because you guys are looking at it holistically from top to bottom as well?
Firstly, thank you, Sohail, for the kind words on Leap. I've had an interesting career in sports. So I started off as a tennis player, injured my back at a very critical stage. So shifted my focus to academics and then started working in sport. But something I realized through my entire journey was, with gymnastics as a sport, it's a foundational sport. It's known to be the mother of all sports, including athletics, including swimming. And when you look at it from a larger lens, this is a sport that's really going to help increase participation not only in the sport of gymnastics, but in every other sport, which is why it's very critical for children to start with either of these three sports, or maybe all of them if they may, as well. So what we've done with Leap is really focused on a larger holistic approach, where currently, like Sohail said, we've had a few anomalies, a few really good athletes like Deepa and Pranati compete at the Olympics, do really well as well, but currently we don't really have a structure beneath. We don't really have athletes beneath that can really move to the next level. So right now, with a sport like gymnastics, it's about building that base. It's about building the next generation of athletes from the grassroots level, building that pathway, showing them the way they can progress. And we've looked at multiple initiatives at Leap to build this. One is, of course, infrastructure, and I think with gymnastics, currently in India, we have limited infrastructure, so we've been focusing a lot on having multiple centers across, which makes it accessible for girls, for boys, both, to take up the sport. The second bit that we're focusing on, and we've been working very closely with Australian experts for this, is on building a progressive pathway program where we essentially work with children in a long-term development. So we have girls and boys as young as 1.5 who come to us.
Wow.
And we have a longer-term pathway that we show them how they can grow in the sport, be it recreational gymnastics or competitive gymnastics. And apart from that, we've been focusing very strongly on coach education as well, because that's a major gap that we face in terms of recruitment. And lastly, a very important focus area is also on building a competitive framework for the country to increase competition opportunities, because what we have right now primarily is an age-based competition structure, which is limiting participation. So we focused on understanding what most of the successful gymnastics nations are doing, which is a level-based competition structure, which allows athletes to compete as per their abilities rather than their ages. So that's something we've introduced in Maharashtra as of now, and we're looking to pilot across the country as well.
Brilliant. I'm going to come into a couple of those elements in some time as well, but thanks for setting that context, Riya. Lavanya, as an S&C expert working with a lot of female athletes as well, are there unique challenges that are often overlooked, training methodologies that are often overlooked when it comes to women, especially given that, again, it's still not deep-rooted in our culture just yet, right? We've seen a lot of challenges when it comes to coaches. How important is it, therefore, to train the trainers, train the coaches to see things differently?
So absolutely, men and women physiologically are not the same,
Exactly.
right? And educating a lot of our coaches as to why they need to train the women athletes differently, why they need to be specifications and modifications made to help them. Talking about just the younger athletes that we get, in some of our talent ID programs, we have noticed that old, like 13, 14-year-old girls are not at their benchmarks internationally, but like 13-year-old boys are quite comfortable with, like, you know, their run, jump benchmarks. So it's one, what Riya is doing with creating awareness and providing opportunities for mass participation at a younger age. I mean, fantastic. That's just going to help us when they come to the developmental level, and when they and when we try to move them towards high performance. But yes, those opportunities have to be created for the athletes, but also the education, like you said, for the coaches to understand that a female judoka needs to be trained a little differently than a male judoka. Yeah.
And you know, you spoke a little bit about opportunity, and Jyotika, that's kind of what I want to come to you on, because equal opportunity often isn't as simple as it looks. We've seen this in Saudi Arabia, where support systems, cultural differences played a part. You know, there was women leadership that was sort of brought in. It didn't quite work. It backfired in some sense. How important is equal opportunity? What is it exactly to you? But can you shed some light on how important the support systems are to enable equal opportunity to come through?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, Sohail. I think when we talk about women being in positions, we also need to create that ecosystem for them.
Yeah.
And when I say ecosystem, I mean you can't parachute a woman leader and, you know, tell her, okay, run with the show. It doesn't work like that. You need to create a system or an opportunity where they've been in the system long enough to understand the system, right? And for us, I'll actually give you an example in Indian sport where we have enough technical officials who are trained, you know, level 1, level 2, playing sport. And then when they come in and we give them the opportunity to officiate a particular tournament, and they're like, no, we can't do 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. because we have a house to run, we have children to take care of, we have food to make. So you've not created that ecosystem for them to freely function.
And to succeed,
succeed, So you have to be able to change the narrative, as well as create opportunity, as well as give them the position to be there, as well as, so it's a whole lot of things that need to be culturally understood. It's a lot easier for European women, or how European sport is globally, you know, understood. But with countries like Saudi Arabia, with India, there's a lot more cultural subcontext that needs to be understood as well.
How do you break some of that resistance? Because even the example that you used, right? You know, also there's unfortunately, an insecurity that will come with it, where you know there's a certain, in this case, an official. In another case, there's somebody else who gets more exposure, and therefore you think you're missing out on an opportunity. How do you break that resistance, do you think?
I think one is the conversation needs to be had, even at the coach level, right? Like talking about why women athletes are different. I don't know a lot of coaches who are even comfortable to create a psychologically safe space for women athletes where they can come in and say, listen, this is how my body is reacting today, and I cannot perform, or I cannot function, or I need extra assistance. That isn't happening today. So obviously a lot of awareness, a lot of education, a lot of open conversation, because India is moving really fast towards that 36 goal, and we are creating the ecosystems, but I don't think the women ecosystem is moving as fast or as parallelly as it should.
And unfortunately, I don't think open conversation is something that India does very well at times, especially when it comes to women and women in sport. Olivia, I just want to come to you on what you guys are doing in terms of talent development. I don't mean just for the players, but for coaches, administrators, officials. What have you done there in terms of leaving this impact? Because the sport ecosystem in Australia is far ahead of its time in many ways, right? The rest of the world, in several ways, is playing catch up on these levels, not just the player level, but I mean opportunities around it as well in the ecosystem.
Yeah, and look, we've certainly done a lot in the playing athlete space, but again, as we know, it requires us all, this whole ecosystem, to be pulling in the same direction. So there's a fair bit at the moment around our coach development opportunities. There's programs from an Australian Sports Commission perspective about identifying and supporting that next generation of coaches. Locally for us, we're looking at that sort of coach-to-player transition, how we can help facilitate that. From an officials perspective, there's been from Australian cricket point of view, there's been an emphasis placed on trying to connect older players and people that have been associated with the game for a long time, coming back in from a match management perspective, match referee. So again, just a nice little connection back in. But I think it all requires us to be doing our little thing and finding those little opportunities to try and make that change, but also to accelerate that. And like we've all got a responsibility. One of the areas that we've, as a sport, that we probably neglect is our curation. I mean, turf curation is such a funny thing for our game. It's peculiar, it's unique, but there's hardly any women that are involved in curation, and it's a dying art. And so what are we doing? I'm not sure that's reflective here in India, but certainly in Australia it's on our radar in terms of an area that we certainly need to keep our finger on the pulse with. But again, it's just finding those opportunities, these sorts of forums where there's cross-collaboration, cross-sector, cross-cultural, again, just being able to lean into those and don't wait for it to happen. We've got to be proactive. Hoping something's going to happen, it just ain't going to happen. So we've got to actually be in driving behind it and have all layers of support to get it moving, but not just moving, but accelerating that as well. So.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about a common connection in terms of the player side of it, which was, Megan Shute, who I coached way back in Australia, who's obviously had, for me, a full circle moment when I watched her winning the World Cup here. But on the umpiring front, another one of the girls that I coached there, Eloise, actually now is umpiring major international games, and I really love the fact that it's not just about the players.
Yeah, it's not, and it can't be, because we can't have one strong pillar and everything else sort of floundering. So yeah, there's been a large emphasis on sort of viewing things through a gender-neutral lens as well. I mean, Eloise and Claire Polisak, they're umpiring in men's games, and men are umpiring women's games, and I think that's fabulous.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sitting here on the panel moderating a women's panel, and as it should be.
And that's the other thing as well. People think that this is a men's bashing thing. It's not actually. Some of my biggest advocates and some of my biggest supports have been wonderful men that have supported me. So it's about us all doing our bit, and we do need men to stand with us, to support us, and to advocate, and to allow us to, as I said, bridge that gap and do that as quickly as we can. So by no way is this men bashing at all, because we actually need to work together, and I think we've got a few runs on the board, but certainly we need to continue to look at those opportunities.
You're not out at the moment, so keep that.
Not out. Haven't nicked behind yet.
Keep that red ink going. That's it. Ria, when it comes to the coaching side of it as well, obviously there is a lot of taboos around it, especially with gymnastics, right? We've seen toxicity behind it. We've seen a lot of coaching roles and leadership roles predominantly still being male, but we've seen several issues erupt, right? Whether it's abuse, whether it's toxic cultures as well. What are you guys doing with your coaching education program? Because I know you spoke about that as well. You are working closely with the federation. How important is that to clean up a sport where young girls need to firstly feel safe to be able to enter that space?
So I'd say with this bit connects quite closely with what everyone said. Firstly, it's about having more female coaches.
Yeah.
Just having more female coaches, one, makes girls feel safe, makes parents feel safe, creates an environment where everyone's feeling a little more open even about sharing, like they mentioned earlier. The second bit is also on policies, which is something that we lack currently as a federation as well, where we do not have enough safe sport policies. People don't really know what they can do, how they can reach out, where they can go. So it's essential that we start building these policies and also educating people about these policies in terms of how they can actually, avail them, benefit, also maybe speak up. So what we're working towards right now is an entire coach development program where we're having 3 levels, and each level there's a strong module and a focus area on safe sport, because it's important for both male and female coaches to understand what it is, because it's been very common across the world, especially with a sport like gymnastics, to use abusive methods in training, which is something that impacts athletes because it's also a very early specialization sport. You have kids very, very young, such as 13 to like 17, actually competing and playing at the international level. So it's a very tender age for, even a child's development. So it's very critical to ensure that these policies and, just education about these policies is done across, which is what we aim to do through our modules as well.
Yeah, great to hear that. And Jyotika, I'd love to get your inputs on this, because how do we go about creating that safer environment psychologically and physically for young women? It's something you brought up earlier. Many coaches in India, or how many coaches in India really are comfortable addressing periods for women and how to train differently in that moment. How do we go about making this shift psychologically and physically?
So, if I had an opinion personally, I would go about doing pre-coach development programs as well. But so there are 2 aspects to coaching development, right? There's the technical aspects that your federations look after, where you're doing technical training, but nobody is actually addressing the softer skills of where is it that you, kind of the role of your coach is extended to somebody like a psychologist on board, or is extended to somebody like your assistant trainers need to be kind of also on board about creating that environment, or having a nutritionist on board who talks about, okay, this is the additional requirement that your junior athletes will need, or your senior athletes. We only bring in all the science at a certain level, and that, I think, is the pre-level work that federations like RIAs or Lavanya's need to do for us, and kind of bridge that gap towards creating a more holistic athlete.
That's a great point you make, and actually, Lavanya, I'd love to get your inputs on the same thing, right? Firstly, how do we create that safer environment? But secondly, where is sports science in the Indian structure currently for women's sport? How far along are we? How much are we lacking in terms of support as well?
The first question, right? I think we need to be, as leaders at the leadership level, more aware about inclusivity, right? We need to realize that it's not only the coaches that are in contact with the athlete. You have an entire sports science staff. You have certain aspects of sports managers, sports management. They're all involved in that development of the athlete, right? So saying that only the coaches have to bear that burden of thinking about women in sports is not fair. And then to add to Olivia's point, just create opportunities. People need to create opportunities for these women to thrive in positions not only that our athlete, that is the athlete, but everyone around it as well. We need more women in strength and conditioning. We need more women in physiotherapy. We need more women in sports science, right? They're going to create an opportunity for the athlete to be more psychologically safe, and then address things that maybe they couldn't do before. And especially in a country like ours, where our female athletes do not feel that comfortable to open up with our male counterparts. It's imperative that we create that environment for them, where they don't have to feel uncomfortable to go and talk to a male physiotherapist. Like we have to have a woman physiotherapist there as well in case they feel more comfortable with that. We need to have both male and female masseuse. We need to have strength and conditioning coaches the same way. So yeah.
And these seem like the basics, right?
Absolutely. Like these are normal things. Like safe sport in the U.S. collegiate system. Like there are policies. There are things that are just said. They go unsaid.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it just seems obvious.
Yeah. And we come here and we're at a very interesting point with Indian sport. I think we're still creating a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
So that responsibility kind of lies with us to do the right thing now. Because what we do now is going to set the foundation for the coming generations. So, yeah.
Can I just build on that?
Sure.
Again, looking at from a statistics perspective, when I first started in this role, we had about 20% of our employee cohort as skewed female. We currently sit at 56%. Now, we haven't said that we are only employing women at all, because I firmly believe the right person for the right roles as well. But I think what we have done is that we've been, even things like changing language in job descriptions, creating environments where we've got breastfeeding facilities at work now. We've never had that before. So again, just fuel those little, which is low-hanging fruit. When you think about it, it's absolutely low-hanging fruit. But it's about visibility too, and being able to see that there is a pathway, that there is a layer of comfort. Australian cricket has a mental health wellbeing sort of survey they do every year. Our particular organisation, our particular group, was regarded as the highest safest psychological workspace. Now, again, I think if you add all those little bits and pieces, that may be because there's a female at the top. There may be because we've proactively, looked at those opportunities. We can't put it on one little thing, but we cannot underestimate that importance of visibility either.
Olivia, I'm just going to stay with you because quite often federations, organizations focus on participation numbers, right, when it comes to women, rather than long-term sustainability, creating lifelong opportunities. How do you go about that from your perspective, creating more lifelong opportunities rather than just ticking a box and getting the participation?
Yeah, I mean, I hate that notion of ticking boxes because nothing happens without, some hard work, some elbow grease and things like that. I mentioned before, and Rich and I were talking about it yesterday around farming stock, and I think we used to grow citrus, so oranges. We had the best oranges in Australia. You heard it here first. But people would say, you've got lovely oranges, and just eat the orange and think, I've enjoyed that for the last 2 minutes. Not realising that that's 10 years of worth of work to get to that particular orange. So if we get hung up on statistics about win-loss, we get hung up on, batting strike rates and things like that. We've actually got to try and forget about that and ensure that we've got the right environment for these people to flourish, whether they're on the field or off the field, that we've got the right levels of water, that we've got the right pH, that we pull out the weeds. It's a funny one, and people often say, well, what do you mean by that? I mean, weeds in an orchard, they will kill your product, or they'll, your oranges will be this size, not this size. Same thing in a business, same thing in a team environment, same thing in a change room. So again, if we get that right, and it is long term, it is, but it's a sustainable way. There's not very often are there those golden tickets or silver bullets, whatever you want to call them in life, and we've got to make sure that we do the right thing at the bottom to allow us to flourish and to allow us to get that lovely juicy orange in 5-10 years time.
Here's to plenty of juicy oranges in the future, why not? And we've got some good ones in India as well. But Ria, one of the important things obviously is, please go ahead.
So it's pretty much similar to what we've been talking for the last 2 days, where we're talking about sport being so much more sustainable in India, right? Where we have a good grassroots program and then we have a good elite program. We're not able to bridge that developmental gap where the funnel feeds into elite athletes. So it's the same for us if we're not doing that for women as well. I think essentially the larger conversation remains the same.
It's funny because, again, often coaching KPIs are attached to win-loss ratios. And so, again, someone mentioned the other day about you've got 3 years and then you move on and you're going to flog them to get the results. So, again, just being able to take that out of, coaching sort of KPIs and things like that, I actually think is a healthy thing as well, because you can't say, let's create these environments that are sustainable and whatever, but, oh, God, you've got to win 85%. And if you don't, you're out. So, again, we've got to be true to that as well.
And we've spoken so often about how the tangible results are so much easier to measure, whereas everything that goes behind it are really what sets the foundation for so much success in the future. I think a lot of good teams are built on that, right? You take the sacrifice initially, but then you're building long-term success, and I hope we see that, because I think the people in this room believe it, but it's the people outside of this room that need to buy in to the same culture as well. And I guess buying into culture also comes with the fact that we need more investment when it comes to it as well. Ria, obviously, with LEAP, it's had the good fortune of having JSW backing it, behind it as well, and that helps. But how important is it to try and find more funding, infrastructure? Because obviously with gymnastics, it's not been easy. How do you go about tackling that? Where are you trying to secure next sets of funding? Because you guys are working with the federation to build an entire structure for the sport.
So I think with gymnastics, what's been helping in terms of LEAP and even the development is, if you look at it from a larger lens, if you look at clubs outside India, they're all very sustainable because of how they've been built. So the focus on clubs, on gymnastics clubs, hasn't always been just about building competitive athletes, about creating that grassroots and foundation participation, which allows just more participation, which brings revenue in. So with a sport like gymnastics, because you're working with numbers, it's very easy, if you do things right, to actually build a sustainable model, which can be scaled. And we're doing it at LEAP, and there are lots of other clubs with just initial investment of equipment. That's what you require in a space. If you've got that, it's not very hard to actually build a sustainable gymnastics club. And I think that's something that is what people are learning. I've seen a lot more clubs in the past few years also come up, which are sustainable. And that's because they've used different pathways. So there are three pathways in gymnastics. You've got the high performance pathway, you've got a recreational pathway, and you've got gymnastics for all.
Right.
And if you cater to all of these three correctly, you've got a model that can actually work from a holistic sense, to make a business feasible, but also to eventually produce performance athletes and actually have athletes compete at the international stage too.
That's brilliant to hear. And I think that, that initial stage of just getting a touch point at times as well with gymnastics, most of India unfortunately hasn't, and there's very small pockets of India that have, and I've seen it set up, girls for the rest of their lives in terms of just a stable base for athletes. And I guess that brings me to you, Lavanya, because we need that stable base, because suddenly now you've got this rise of professional leagues for women, whether it's cricket, whether it's kabaddi, whether it's football, other sports as well. How important is it now to integrate S&C earlier, and how do we institutionalize some of that, getting girls with awareness into this model earlier?
Oh, absolutely, very, very important. But it's not only S&C. It's proper movement patterns,
Yes.
at a young age. Like we said earlier, the three mother sports: gymnastics, athletics, and swimming. Right? Unfortunately, in our country, the only organized sport we have is cricket. Very recently, we've got hockey, we've got kabaddi, we've got all these other things, but we don't see women's kabaddi.
Well, we do, but it's only us that do
there
it.
we go.
Basically,
Yeah.
not
So
even
only
at the
you,
league
Mumbai,
level.
right?
It's us,
Yeah.
not even, only us at the startup level
Yeah.
that are
So,
they're doing it,
So, pardon me for my ignorance there.
No, but,
but
unfortunately, we don't
there
have
we go.
today the funding to market it across
There
the
we
country.
go,
So
yeah.
there you go.
So,
You're right,
so once we start building that base with people having the opportunity to play those sports, to learn the basics of all sports, right, early enough. Start them out at like 9, 10. Just create an availability, right? Have a track in public spaces, have swimming pools available for the public to use, right? Once we do those things well, then we can definitely see those results with our women athletes.
I think we have to address sort of that aspect of awareness, right?
Absolutely.
Because Jyotika, there seems to still be such a lack of awareness to the fact that there's opportunities beyond even just being an athlete, and that openness to playing sport. There's still so many taboos that surround, and I know everyone says, yes, we've taken leaps and bounds in the right direction, but let's be honest, the largest population of India will still look at S&C and say, you know what, if I go and do strength and conditioning, I'll have muscles, I won't look feminine. These are real conversations that you hear. I see it with our women kabaddi players as well. There's so much resistance from the families themselves to send girls to go and play sport. How do we break some of these taboos, just the awareness creation. Because yes, again, we're sitting in a panel here. Yes, there's 65 to 100 people listening in, but how do we go beyond these rooms?
I think the larger conversation needs to be about creating athletes at a base level when they're just enjoying play, right? So when you bring them in when they're enjoying play, and then you kind of start educating them along the way, that's when these conversations will change. Because right now, I'm probably making a decision for my child who's an athlete, or somebody else who thinks they know better, right? So if we have enough participation, if we start creating that pathway, over time the conversation will change. And yes, this didn't exist in India for a very long time because we had other challenges that we had to address. But now that we are in this conversation and it's moving rapidly, there are enough and more people also creating the change, right?
True.
And it's a matter of time where the switch will happen. And yes, we're not going to be where Australia is going to be for a long time, but that's where the synergy comes in, where you bring in the right people at the right time, and they're able to educate you or work with you. And then it's about what James was speaking yesterday. Then it's about individual performance and creating an opportunity where you're just competing with yourself to be the best versus country versus team versus all of that. So I think that's
Absolutely. Sorry, just one point. Those conversations do need to be had, but we, as the people, need to be catalysts for that conversation. You know, we are the ones driving it. We need to be the ones leading it, especially women in leadership roles. Like, we are the ones doing that for them.
And we are a few steps ahead, and we need to be part of your journey as well. And again, that's why these sorts of things are really important. But in saying that, it was only 5 years ago that we started talking about menstrual cycles. So 5 years ago. It's only now we're starting to talk about menopause openly in Australia, and the impact that that's having on women and women in the workforce and things like that. So whilst we have come a long way, we've still got a fair bit of work to do, but we've also got a responsibility to help you on your journey as well.
100%.
Sorry, just a side note. There was a very interesting strength and conditioning conference recently, and one of the first times I've ever heard this topic come up was coaching women over the age of 40. And I mean, for us to start doing research on that, for us to start talking about that, I mean, fantastic. Like, opportunities are plenty.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
We were only talking at dinner last night around, I think we've only activated the parental return to work policy from a cricket perspective 3 times. So 3 women who have transitioned back into, elite athlete. I mean, 3 is not a lot though, when you think about it. A lot of people historically have had to shut up shop and job done, career ended. So again, we've got a lot of work to do, and a lot from a research perspective as well. I think the other stat, now I haven't verified this myself, but it's one that I've been told many a time, that in a sporting context, women only pertain to about 5% of the research. 5%. Wow. So again, that's a massive area of opportunity for us. And again, we're doing a fair bit of work with the University of Canberra in Australia, in here, in India, to try and, from a capability uplift perspective, but also to ensure that we're part of the solution and shifting that dial.
By the way, Lavanya, it's funny you said that, because I was in Kodaikanal at our home a week ago, and an old friend of my dad's who's now 65 started powerlifting 5 years ago, and now is the happiest version of herself that she's ever been. So it's never too late. Guys, one last question before we wrap things up. It's an interesting one. If you had the power rather to make one major change in women's sport that could be implemented globally with no resistance whatsoever, what would you do? Any one change that comes to mind? Policy, anything?
Yeah, look, there's lots, isn't there? But again, on a grassroots level, 100% facilities. Again, I think it was referenced yesterday from David at Hockey. Quality of the coaching experience, quality of the facilities are 2 things that keep kids in and out of sport. So if we can have one that we could turn over quite quickly, and maximum return on investment would be that facility space.
Nice. Ria?
I'd say this is with regards to policy, and this is something that Australia has already implemented in terms of having 50% female representation on the federation level. And I think this is critical, especially across countries, and especially India as well, where it's important to have female representation in the governing bodies to drive policies that are female focused, to drive policies that are beneficial for both men and female, but also to push women's sports. So that's something that I definitely think is critical.
Fantastic. Lavanya?
She kind of took some of my point there. But definitely having a woman on the board of every governing body is important. I think if we could change that, have a foot in the door, that would be pretty good for us, yeah.
Nice. Jessica, finally?
I'm on the opposite spectrum of Ria, actually. I would do a compulsory gender parity at the competitions at the junior level.
Right.
So no man is allowed to participate without a female participant.
Very interesting.
And that kind of creates the funnel or the channel. Yeah. And as women come into sport, everything will change eventually.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so
just going to quickly open it up to any questions from the floor as well before we wrap things up. If anyone's got questions, just a hand up and we can go from there. Okay, I think we've been fairly comprehensive. I think safe to say, guys, that for any change to happen, it has to be a 360 approach, a holistic approach. But thank you, ladies, for a really, really insightful conversation. And I'm sure there's going to be takeaways, not just from this room, but I think the ripple effects will be far greater than this as well. But thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sohail.
Thanks, Sohail.
Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Lord. Thank you. Thanks, Neil. Thank you. One minute. I think we're also going to... There we go. We're also going to move quickly into our next session, also a really, really interesting one. We do have a deep dive now into sports inclusion on Australia and India's Paralympic pathways and ambition. Really, really interesting speaker lineup as well. Kieran Perkins, OAM, CEO of the Australian Sports Commission. Is Kieran here yet? Oh, there we go. We've got Robin Smith, OAM, Governing Board Member, International Paralympic Committee. Welcome back, Robin. And we also have Arun KS, Assistant Director, Strategy and Impact at the Go Sports Foundation. Welcome, Arun. Take your pick. Morning. So I guess it's a topic that all three of you obviously know inside out. Arun, I've had a good pleasure of working with Go Sports very closely over the years as well, and the work they do here in India is absolutely fabulous. But I just want to start with each of you on a common thread. Inclusion in sport, especially in the Paralympic space, has evolved significantly over the last decade or so. But what does sports inclusion mean to you personally, each of you? And Robin, maybe we'll start with you. How have you seen it transform in your respective roles?
How long do you have?
We have long
Everyone's
enough.
ready for lunch. Actually, I was just really thinking a lot about the last session, being a female administrator in Australia for 30 plus years. Yeah. And I thought about what made me do what I did, and it was my father as my mentor to encourage me to be, and I'm sure Kieran was the same. We were encouraged by our parents to be the best we could be, and it wasn't about gender so much. And I think the people with a disability have parents that perhaps don't have that confidence. They're not sure what's ahead of them. Yeah. They really don't have a lot of hope. They don't know what good looks like. Yep. So perhaps that confidence is not instilled in people with a disability in our community. And I guess sport inclusion is about sport creating that confidence in people, giving them hope, showing them what good looks like, and then them being able to join the community. And I started when I'd go to sport, and sport would say, we don't look after those people here.
Wow.
And it's a lot's happened in 30 years. So the Paralympic movement in 2000, the Sydney Paralympics, really changed the Paralympic movement for the good. People started recognising human beings that were doing well, acknowledging excellence, and then that gave the Australian sector, I guess, an opportunity to normalise sport.
Correct.
So that every little person tries, like we all have in the room, I'm not sure how many people in the room, whether anyone represents someone with a disability, but all of us in the room have had an opportunity to try a range of sport, and if we're any good at it, we've got a pathway that we can follow. And I guess all we're trying to do with inclusion in Australia is create that normalised opportunity that you try sport, you're okay at it, and there's something that you can do. And at the end of the day, I think, and we've covered it in the last 2 days, it's not all about pathways, it's not all about Olympic, Paralympic medals, it is just about getting young people engaged in sport.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what you talked about in the first session with cricket. I mean, you want your young people playing sport in a healthy, meaningful, sustainable way. So it's taken time, but it's certainly, I think, the thing that I'm very proud of nearing the end of my career is I think that people are being recognised, women in Australia, people of our First Nations people of non-English speaking backgrounds, people with a disability, people from an LGBTIQ+, they're all being recognised as a person first. And the sporting sector's realising that they're a market. So I say to the sport leaders, don't you want their money? Because they do come with money, they come with families, and so once they get engaged in sport, we're just a far better society. So I think it's been a journey, but as I said, I'm proud of where we are. We certainly can be better.
Of course.
Obviously, women with a disability are even at the
bottom end of it,
but we're slowly trying to improve on that.
And that's all we can do for now and keep improving. Arun, would love your thoughts on what sport inclusion itself means to you. I know the groundwork you guys have done has been fabulous. Most Paralympic medals that have come out have come through the Go Sports Foundation in so many ways. Some of the stories have moved each of us to tears along the way. So just your thoughts firstly.
Thanks, Sugait. So I think when I started my career in the sports a decade back, at the time it was giving the opportunity to play sport for people with disabilities. I think that was the conversation around, be it getting funding, be it finding experts who could work with them. I think that was the conversations we had. But fast forward today, I'm proud to say that the conversations have now evolved. It's really not just playing sport physically, but with every element that we are able to offer to Olympic sports, how can we expand it to Paralympic sports? I think that's where the conversation today really is. For example, last week we conducted a workshop for athletes with disabilities, and so one of the problems right now that the team was trying to solve is how can visually impaired athlete get the same outcome from that workshop compared to an able-bodied athlete, or even in India, along with I'm taking inclusion from a broader sense. One is from a physical disability standpoint, but also from the diversity, right? From a language, from multiple other elements, right? So how can we kind of, embed all these components and, any athlete, regardless of the sport or regardless of the disability, they can gain, the advantage of whatever being created for sport. I think that's where the conversation is really moving today, and I think playing my part on the tech side of things, today tech is also becoming a great enabler. So one of the things that we constantly look at is like any technology or anything that we introduced for athletes within the organization, how can it be used effectively across the spectrum, not just Olympic, Paralympic sports, but should be across the spectrum. So I think that's where it's moving. So fantastic to see. I'm sure there is a long way to go, but I think both physical and mental components are all taken care, which is fantastic to see.
Do you have any of those examples that you can share with us from the tech side of things that have now been adapted more towards the Paralympic Games side of things as well? Yeah, sure. So I think usually when we talk about
getting people with disabilities to play sport, we probably talk about, let's say, blade runners, then getting your equipments or a wheelchair. So I think these assisted devices. So these are the conversations we used to have, and we used to spend a lot of time. But I think today we are getting into the zone of like, in terms of how can an SNC, deliver the same set of expertise, but that they could, give to an Olympic counterpart. How can they do that? For example, I think a couple of years back we had this interesting challenge of how do we understand the weight of a differently abled athlete so that the dietitian could do a nutrition chart, right? But I think today we evolved to a stage where they found mechanisms. There's research happening.
Different parameters,
Different parameters, exactly. So I think so we're getting into the nuances of delivering excellence even in Paralympic sport.
Kieran, would love your thoughts, just to open things up as well. And I want this to be a completely sort of open-ended chat where you guys share your experiences. But I think it is such an open slate, particularly in India, where firstly awareness creation is at the forefront. I think we still need to get that to a point where people understand the challenges. And we will speak about those in just a bit. But initially, just your thoughts on what sport inclusion means to you and how you've seen it transform.
And I agree with everything that's already been said, so I probably no point reiterating the same things. I guess for me, when I think about sport, why does sport exist is a question that I come back to a lot. Yes, international competition and high performance, all of that stuff is important, and it's probably where most of the energy and focus goes because it's the visible. And let's be honest, we all like to win, so that becomes a draw. But actually, fundamentally, when you get back to it, why does sport exist? Well, sport is an environment where people can develop skills quickly. They learn about themselves. They learn to manage their own health and well-being. And so we all know about those benefits. But it also has the power and the opportunity to be one of the great connectors of communities. I think when you look at a country like Australia, we're multicultural. We've got an enormous amount of diversity of peoples, backgrounds, religions, experiences, and a lot of the traditional ways that communities were brought together just aren't the same anymore. They're not core to people's lives. But the one thing everyone gets drawn back to is sport. Like we have sports we love, we have sports we engage with, and so that opportunity to have a home for everyone, have a place for everybody. It's a core part of the conversation that we have in Australia at the Australian Sports Commission. As part of our vision is to have a home, a place for all Australians to be involved in sport. But all Australians is the most fundamental and important part of that. And in Australia, 20% of our population have a disability.
Wow.
It's not, one random person out of every many thousands. It's
significant number.
It's a big number, and so to have that much of our population excluded, not given the same opportunity, the same ability to engage, and to then become, parts of the community that sport can create it's not acceptable. I mean, you fundamentally know it's not acceptable. We've come a long way. There's constant improvement, but I think in our system we see that there's still some very significant work to do. High performance and Paralympic sport is much stronger than it's ever been in our country, but it's still only a small proportion of the overall participation, engagement, general community opportunities are still light, and that's where we continue to do a lot of our work.
Brilliant. Robin, obviously we know the IPC plays such a crucial role in shaping Paralympics policies as well, but just from systemic challenges, what are some of the biggest systemic challenges that athletes face worldwide with disabilities, and what is the IPC doing in terms of alleviating those challenges?
I think perception, people's perception. So when you mention the word disability, it doesn't interest them until they get someone in their family that has a disability or acquires a disability, and then they have an immediate understanding. I mean, to give you some context, in Australia, I primarily work in the intellectual impairment area. And so the World Health Organization says that 2 to 3% of the world's population has an intellectual impairment. So in India, that equates to 37 to 42 million people in India have an intellectual impairment.
Wow.
Imagine if you had all of those paying $1 to join a club, sports club. So I mean, it's just, I think it's perception. People don't, they don't understand the power. They perhaps don't recognise people as human beings, that they have all of the faculties about them to be able to partake in sport. So the International Paralympic Committee started We the 15 campaign around the Tokyo Paralympics, and that was about everyone being engaged some way.
It's a beautiful campaign.
It was a fantastic campaign, and I'm, again, in Australia, like Australian Broadcasting Commission, for the Australians in the room, the ABC now employs people of diverse backgrounds. So you'll be seeing journalists with visual impairment, you'll see them in wheelchairs, you'll see them a whole array, Indigenous people. So they're trying to reflect the community. And I think to Kieran's point, what he's been fantastic in doing is making sure that his workforce at the Australian Sports Commission is reflective of the community, so that there are people in that workforce and in sport in general that represent the groups, not dissimilar to what the women just highlighted before.
Going to say,
once you have someone with an understanding, a lived experience, it brings a whole new set of ideas, strategy to the decision making, which changes things. And I think the IPC is very, yes, there's so few events at the Paralympic that not everyone is going to be there, even if they're outstanding. So, but how can we engage them in all facets of sport? And you mentioned it, it's about, as I said yesterday, we want 2032 to have 20% of the people in the volunteer workforce with a disability. We want to have 20% of people working in the management with the disabilities, just so that it's reflective. And the old adage, you can't be what you can't see. So when you see someone, and it's exactly the same as what you're talking about with your cricket, if you don't see your champions and your heroes playing sport, you don't know it's for you. And so that was a long answer to perception, but if we can show people what it looks like, we'll have more and more people trying it. We'll have parents feeling confident to give their child a go and be engaged in the community. And to Kieran's point, socially included. And once we're a diverse society, we're a much better society.
Absolutely. I think perception is the key to it as well, and something that you guys have changed as well at Go Sports. Arun, obviously, when you came in, you know, most people turned a blind eye to Paralympians, to athletes with disabilities as well.
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, pardon the pun, exactly. But, you know, when you think about what you guys have done since then, just tell me a little bit about the need gap back then, right? Because, like I said, it was a time where, honestly, in India, forget perception, there was a lack of awareness, a lack of understanding. Where were those need gaps systemically? What did you fill, and where do you think we still have gaps to fill within the systems?
So when we started Go Sports in 2018, 16 years back, one of the myths that gone around at the time was sports are not for differently able people, right? So that was one of the myths. Of course, women was another one, and I think at the time we started our first program to support the differently abled athletes, and that was in 2015, right? But the kind of even the athletes went on to win medals even at the time at the Paralympic level, but the kind of recognition wasn't the same as what we were looking for. But I think over the period of time, today, I think the conversation definitely has shifted. Just from the number of athletes participating even at nationals, it was in 3 digits at the time in 2015-16. But I think today the narrative has definitely changed. But having said that, there is a long way to go. With India having almost 4 to 5% of the people with disabilities, but you have only less than 10,000 athletes competing at a national level. Just a long way to go for us, and even create pathways. I think we probably succeeded creating champions, but I think there is a long way to build an ecosystem for people picking up sport, people with disabilities especially picking up sport. I think there is a long way to go in terms of professionals, in terms of career. I think that's the area to focus on.
And I guess that's the key question, right? Kieran, I'd love to come to you on this. The early training, access to early competition as well. How does the Australian Sports Commission go about this? Just ensuring that young athletes with disabilities are already on that pathway. How early access can make a difference. And we see that across sport, right? It shouldn't make a difference whether it's an athlete with a disability or not. So how does the Australian Sports Commission go about that?
Well, how are we going to go about it, I think, is actually a better question, because at the moment it's not strong. You know, we are very good in Australia at taking individuals who've had an injury or a degenerative issue and helping them carry on their athletic career through that change, as opposed to engaging people who have been born with long-term disability. And so one of the things that we're actually doing at the moment is starting to dig into how we support that system. The Paralympic environment at the elite level obviously hinges predominantly on classification, and so being able to identify and classify which category an athlete sits into. That to me is actually fundamentally one of the greatest restrictors we have to getting people in at the base participation
and having
level.
Experts to even identify, I guess, and segregate.
It's important and it's part of it, but you know, when you think about an experience that someone might have, if their first experience on entry into sport is, before you play anything, let me tell you how disabled you are.
Yeah.
I'll work out how disabled you are, then you can maybe play this sport.
Debilitating thought.
It's ridiculous, right? Like when you're talking to small kids and you've got people that just want to do some activity and whatever, come and have a go, be involved, play. Absolutely. And so finding the right mechanisms to support that, because it's easy to say, but I mean, you talked about equipment before and the different requirements that people have. It's not. There are some barriers that need to be worked through. So we're actually partnered with Paralympics Australia and other not-for-profit deliverers within the country and our national sporting organisations to start to actually unpack what are the barriers, how do we actually move past those and give more kids more opportunity to be involved, and that after very significant funding uplift from the Australian federal government last year, we're beginning to develop and implement those policies at the moment. But it is very much about ensuring that at the elite level, classification and support to bring people through is strong, but then also how do we make sure that all children, if they would like to come and play, have that opportunity to play. Well, and adults, to be honest. I mean, age shouldn't be a barrier either. And at the moment, there's individual examples where we do it well, because you've got passionate people like Robin, for instance, who will drive a club environment and create that inclusion, but it's not consistent, and that's where we're continuously having to lean in and work to uplift that.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge, even more so in a country like ours as well. But Robin, you know, we've talked about awareness, perception. I guess at the end of it all as well, we want the ability to have the right funding behind it, and we speak of sponsorship, media representation being so important to sports around the world, Olympic athletes as well. We've seen it improve, let's say, for Paralympic Games and for Paralympic athletes, but still lagging far behind Olympic counterparts. How do we bridge this gap? How can we take steps for stakeholders to bridge this gap of sponsorship and media representation when it comes to Paralympic athletes?
I mean, I think there was 4 billion views of the Paralympics during Paris, so the numbers aren't small.
Absolutely.
And we are able to identify sponsors that believe in the spirit of what it's about.
Yeah.
So we've got some incredible sponsors, and it's about values, joining up values. So obviously, as I mentioned yesterday, for those that were here, the long-form agreement between the International Olympic Committee and the International Paralympic Committee means we can't go out and seek our own sponsors.
Right.
So we have to rely on the sponsors that the IOC procures, and that's currently happening right now for LA.
Yeah.
So, but many of those sponsors believe in us, and I think the essence of what the Paralympic movement is doing is helping us. But that doesn't necessarily equate all the way back.
I was just going to say, how does that trickle down to grassroots, right?
One of the things we do in Australia, and I haven't mentioned it, and I should never assume, is that I work for Sport Inclusion Australia in Australia, and we believe strongly that sport should own sport.
Yeah.
So my colleagues up the back, David Prowles in hockey and Simon Hollingsworth of Australian Athletics, they own inclusion. And we work with them to give them whatever they need to make sure that any individual that wants to play their sport is able to play their sport. To Kieran's point about funding. So then you haven't got duplication. Sorry, Simon, it's not quite the word you wanted, but you haven't got duplication then. You've got one system and you're not trying to find huge sums of other money to just let people go and try your sport. So having two systems in Australia with a population of 27 million is just not possible. And you need the experts being able to do it. And from a biomechanic point of view, whether it's analysing someone, I always say until the last breath that I have, is if you're a coach, you're a coach, you're a coach. And if you have to speak more clearly and succinctly, if you have to break something down biomechanically and teach it in bite-sized pieces to get your athlete to where you need to be, then you're a better coach. And the other thing that I thought about too is that there's not one Olympic athlete that won a medal in Paris for Australia that didn't have individualised approach. They would have had their own coach there, they would have had all sorts of, been held in cotton wool, they would have been treated like demigods for them to prevail. And I guess anytime we're bringing in different groups, demographics to our sport, we just have to be individualised in our approach. So I think, and I know I digress off the sponsorship thing, but I think that's the essence of why we're getting seen more often, we're getting more support. And our federal sport minister just absolutely adored the Paris Paralympics and what it represented to her. And so, you know, we just need to get the viewing inside of getting more people to see it, your leaders to see it, and see the power of it, that it'll sell itself.
Yeah, we're hoping that is exactly the case in the future as well, especially with Brisbane in 2032 and everything that you guys have spoken of here as well. But as you said, different challenges for Australia and in India as well. Arun, compared to Australia's more established model, let's just say, what are some of the unique challenges that you've seen pertaining to India's Paralympic journey, India's Paralympic athletes? If you can shed some light on that and maybe share a couple of stories, because I know some of the athletes that you work with personally, and honestly, they are beautiful stories.
I think I'll actually start with what has worked for India. I think for India, I think she was talking about the whole funding, the different models exist. But I think in India, what worked beautiful is the CSR funding, the corporate social responsibility, the corporates like your IndusInd Banks, Sony, Hyundai, and all of them coming together and supporting organizations like us or even federations. I think that has beautifully worked. Now the challenge or the opportunity for us is how we can kind of take it down across the spectrum, right, from to elite level to the grassroots level. I think building that model, because I think we may need to figure out our unique one, right? Yes, we are good at creating role models, but then how do we kind of trickle down? I think that's an opportunity, and building that ecosystem, I think that's where our efforts should focus on from here on.
Any stories that you'd like to share on just journeys with athletes? Because I think we're talking to a very different set of people that may not be as familiar with Indian Paralympians, and let's just remember that a lot of Indian athletes play to get a government job. It still reflects with Paralympic athletes as well to some extent. Just share a couple of tales maybe, because we have the time, and I think it's a nice audience to maybe have that exposure too as well. Sure,
absolutely. So, I have two inspiring journeys that I have had, athletes who picked up sport. So this one athlete, his name is Anandan. He used to work with Indian Army, and he used to be patrolling the border, the India-Pakistan border. He used to patrol there, and accidentally he put his foot on a mine and he lost his leg, right? And unfortunately, he lost his limb, and he went through a recovery period, and he was not able to go back to his duty. And he was trying to figure out where he can focus on. And the good part is Army also invests, Indian Army invests a lot in sport, and they have their Army Sports Institute. And given his abilities, they put him into athletics, and he was one of the blade runners. And at the time, finding a good quality blade within India was itself a challenge, but luckily we procured. In fact, he traveled to Australia to get that corrected and all of that. And then he went on to represent India at the Paralympics, and all this happened within a period of 3 years.
Wow.
Right? So a very inspiring journey of Anandan. And the good part is all this kind of got this entire pathway got figured out within a very short time. It's not like a set pathway, right?
Yeah.
So there is one interesting journey. The second one is this is again an archer who actually went on to win a Paralympic medal. So he picked the sport in 2019, and he was actually on the roads. He lost his house due to some personal issues, and then so he was just on the streets, really not sure what his life is going to be. Challenges with the livelihood in itself, and that's when an archery coach, an able-bodied archery coach, saw him and this was in Jammu, and he picked him and he said, "Would you like to train archery?"
Wow.
Right? And trained him for 3 years, actually 2 years, and then he went on to win a world championship medal. His name is Rakesh Kumar, right? And then he actually went on to win a Paralympic medal as well. So I think in India, while we don't have a set pathways, but the good part is we are quick enough to identify this talent, give them a platform, see to what potential they can reach up to, and sometimes you may actually see athletes winning at Paralympic level, right? So I think we should capitalize on that and really build that pathway from there. That is one. And second, Kiran touched upon the whole classifier. In fact, India didn't have an official classifier for quite some time. Very recently, we got 2 official classifiers, and Indian athletes used to travel abroad just to get classified. And sometimes, to their surprise, they may get changed on the event and stuff, right? Yes, there are some of these challenges, but I think when the ecosystem and the stakeholders come together and we sort of support them, I'm sure we would be able to make a good strides.
No, thank you for sharing those as well. I think just good to build awareness on how crazy it can be to find talent. And I know we spoke a little bit about talent identification, Kiran. I know it's a topic that was sort of looked at in various lenses yesterday, but the Australian government has emphasized sport inclusion so strongly at the grassroots level. I'd love to understand what processes are in terms of identifying and nurturing future Paralympians, because again, a story of an archer, an archery coach finding someone on the streets isn't your ideal scenario of building future Paralympians.
No, and look, I have to be honest at the moment that our stories are much the same. In Paris, our probably most successful Paralympian was Lauren Parker. She won gold medals in triathlon and in cycling in Paris. Amazing. She was an elite triathlete who had a bike accident, broke her back 2 years ago, I think it might have been, and has transitioned in and has been
so was already an athlete.
Successful. So, our flag bearer, gold medalist, paddler, who's Curtis McGrath. He was in the military and stood an IED in Afghanistan, I think it might have been. Similar. So we actually have a lot of those sorts of stories as well. What we're trying to move to is a more, I guess, a system that's more similar to our able-bodied system. Because in Australia, if I look at our able-bodied system, because sport is so broad, we have lots of participation opportunities at all levels.
So many touch points,
If you're even a little bit talented, we'll find you.
You'll find, exactly.
Like it just,
or they'll find you,
You're going to get found. You can't actually be talented in Australia and ignored because sport's just so ingrained and it's a part of the culture.
And you don't have 1.4 billion to search through.
No, and you're right. We can't afford to waste it because there's not as many around. And so that's actually what we need to get better at building within the para environment is just actually having those opportunities so more kids play, knowing that once they're playing, if they do have the ambition and the drive and the talent, they'll get picked up and they'll be brought through. But at the moment, that system is not strong, and it's actually part of the reason why our team in Paris was the smallest Paralympic team that Australia had sent away for almost 50 years, I think. Very long time. And hence the urgency for us to get better at developing that.
Robin, I'd love your thoughts on this, because how do you go about building this pathway and finding talent that may not even know that they could be a Paralympian? I mean, think of the archer here, right? They may not even know in this new avatar of their life that they've got the
It's
capabilities.
possible. And I think it's what we talked about before, just letting people know that it's there.
Yeah.
And my word for that is normalisation.
Right.
So we're trying to create a normalised opportunity for a child with a disability to play sport and go down to sport with their brother and sister and have a go at it and know that there's something. Look, I know it's a dream of mine, but I would love to think that people had the opportunity. And there are obviously other people with a disability where they need more assistance.
Yep.
So it's not going to be that way for everyone. Someone with a severe disability needs more attention. I get that, but I guess the bulk of our 20% should be able to be involved in sport and aspire to that. There's the odd story that we have in Australia like that, but there's also stories that we can just change their lives through sport, through being included in sport. And they won't all get to the Paralympics, but the Paralympics is sort of just like the Olympics. Not everyone in the room's an Olympian, but we all had a chance that if we're any good, we might have been.
Yeah.
So I think that's just the way, for me, the way that we can try to create it.
Yeah, and Arun, just want to come to you on accessibility, right? Because, again, these stories are diamonds in the rough, right? I've got a friend who had a car accident. He was one of the most active people I knew, was into every sport possibly, from windsailing to motorsport. Unfortunately, after the accident, his life was turned upside down. He had the funding, however, within his family and the means to try and do something. Today, he's one of India's best paddlers, right, with a disability. And you know, he's coming through the table tennis ranks. But again, accessibility for him is very different to accessibility for several others who don't have access to the funds to go off to another country and get you know, the help and the aid that they need. What is it that you guys are seeing from policy level to Go Sports? How have you guys tried to address accessibility, the infrastructure side of it as well, and how much support are you now seeing from whether it's private or public sector?
I think that the challenge with accessibility probably starts from your school levels, I would say, right? I think from there, the awareness about how to, you know, kind of deal with, you know, people with disabilities or children with disabilities, from there towards, you know, finding opportunities, etc. I think it starts from there. I think on our part, what we are focusing on is, of course, telling out these stories, because we have so many of these incredible stories built over the years. You know, so we say this anecdote that, you know, India did this project of, you know, having more tiger population, so that, you know, that kind of indicates the health of a forest, right? And I think, so we sort of produce these role models now, but how do we sort of trickle down is an area. And of course, there are a lot of organizations who are actually now working on grassroots sports, formalizing the sports education within schools. I think, you know, the topic around athletes or the talents with the disabilities should be one of the main focus areas, so that we kind of create awareness from that level and access to, you know, awareness about the opportunities. So from there, then I think, you know, we definitely will reach great heights. And I'm sure, you know, today your Paralympic Committee of India, multiple organizations are doing great job, no doubt. But I think for India, given, while we say 4.5%, but given if out of 1.4, 4.5% is a big number. It's huge, right? So it has to start with systems that we already have in place for grassroots, and kind of build it from there. I think, that's
basically Australia's population.
Yeah, well, can I just say one story I just thought of? One of the lessons when you're sitting on international committees is you get to meet people in other countries with other circumstances, and Vanuatu is a small island not far from Australia, and in their culture, if you have a child with a disability, it's a shame on the family. So when they did the census, families would often tie their children with a disability to the tree outside so they weren't counted. Wow. And no child with a disability back in this stage, you know, we're only talking maybe 10 years ago, wasn't able to go to school. School wouldn't accept them. So this one particular athlete was identified and happened to win the first medal that any athlete ever won in Vanuatu in the Commonwealth Games. They were an arm amputee, and they went back, they were taken through town on the back of a truck, flowers were thrown at them, they became a national hero. And so a lot of parents brought their children to school saying, well, if he's gone to school and
Yeah.
been able to succeed, can I bring my child to school? So it just was a champion that actually changed
Takes one, yeah.
the story in Vanuatu, and I guess we're just trying to make sure that we give those opportunities to people to do well and tell the story for others.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that as well. And look, guys, we are here thinking about Australia and India and how we can share best practices, right? And Robin, I'd love to get your thoughts here. How can Australia and India collaborate to more closely share best practices, advance Paralympic inclusion? Because obviously you guys are far more advanced when it comes to inclusion, when it comes to at least wanting to make change. Yes, there's a few private bodies in India doing it, working with the sectors now, but what do you think is the best pathway for this shared collaboration?
I'm just so excited to be here, and I think a forum like this is just a fantastic opportunity to share.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about Australia telling India what to do.
Absolutely.
I think it's absolutely about sharing. I've learned a lot about India. It's my first trip here.
Yeah.
I've met a lot of wonderful people and stakeholders, and I think it is just sharing stories. Forums like this, both here, in Australia, it's just being able to tell the story and get people to think about it. So any opportunity that you have where you can talk to a collective is a really powerful thing, because it sounds like with your size of your population, all your states, it's when you get opportunity to go to a place with a range of stakeholders, and even if it only increases circumstances by 10%, you're 10% better off. I'm a glass half full person, so I think there's great opportunity both here in India and in Australia. Any dollar that's spent in India should be inclusive. Every dollar that's spent in Australia should be inclusive. Every DFAT dollar that's spent in Oceania should be inclusive. And I think if we keep saying the message, it'll eventually seep in that when someone gets a grant, that it should be for all individual citizens in that country. And I think they're the things that India and Australia can do, and not only together, but also to help our neighbours that may need our level of expertise and goodwill.
Well said. Thank you. Kieran, just want to get your thoughts in terms of an ambitious goal. If you had one ambitious goal to set for the Paralympic pathway to 2032, what would that be?
Oh, look, well, in Australia, I already know what that is, because we're trying very hard to do it, and that's actually to have a complete balance of the coaching capability and pathway. At the moment, you know, we find that a lot of coaches of para-athletes tend to be people who are using it as a stepping stone to get into the ABLED system, as opposed to actually having it identified as a core capability and valued as a capability that is worth pursuing in its own individual right as a coaching capability. But also, of course, it starts with the journey at the bottom, because when we talk about wanting to have more participants, they need coaches, they need support, they need help to get there. So it's actually building out that system and ensuring that the experiences, the support, and the skill development and acquisition that occurs for our para-athletes absolutely reflects the energy and the effort and the capability that goes into the able-bodied side.
Arun, I'd like to get your thoughts as well from an Indian perspective, from a Go Sports perspective. If you had an ambitious goal to set for 28 and 32, what would that goal be?
I'm not sure if 2028 we will be able to reach, but 2032 at least, I think representation across all sports, all events from India, I think that will be a big game changer, I feel. And I mean, to achieve that, definitely, you know, things has to start from grassroots. So yeah, I mean, my vision would be that if we're there, because last time we sent about 84 athletes out of so many events, right? I think that itself will represent a good population to reach.
Brilliant. Robin?
I think I want 2032 to be another catalyst like Sydney to change the circumstances and the thoughts and the perceptions so that people with a disability can just join society, not just in sport, but just join society and be valued. I think that would be my outcome. And I think from a country's perspective, we want flags represented at the opening ceremony from countries around the world, more countries representing people with disability and in a meaningful way. So hopefully from a humanitarian point of view, we can change the human rights right across the world by shining a light on it.
I think we can't ask for a better, more poetic way to finish this panel as well. I just want to get any thoughts from the floor, any questions at all that anyone might have. Show of hands if anyone does have any questions. Yes, please. Can we have a mic sent across, please? Thank you.
Thank you, great conversation. I was just wondering around, we've talked a lot about the Olympics and Paralympics. There's obviously the third, which is the Special Olympics, and I'd love your insights as to why the Special Olympics doesn't get the same sort of prominence and what they can do to catch up to the conversation.
So the Special Olympics started in America. It's about participation, and it's not part of the Paralympic movement. So they have a role getting people in a participation. It's certainly not a high performance pathway. And for me personally, our movement was started in Australia as an alternative to Special Olympics, where the focus wasn't on special, wasn't on disability, but it was on excellence, human being, person first. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask. I'm on the governing board of Virtus, which is the international founding member of the Paralympic movement. And it's just to give people with an intellectual impairment an opportunity to play sport without the focus being on their disability, but with the focus being on their ability. Special Olympics do a great job in increasing, getting people involved in participation. And I'd love Special Olympics. We're supposed to be meeting with them in France in the next couple of days, their leaders, to talk about them when an athlete gets to a certain point of view, letting them go into mainstream. I've spoken to Kieran before. If sport inclusion Australia disappears in Australia, I want to create a pathway where a child goes in a linear way through sport, not out to a segregated organisation to do their sport. I want sport to be responsible. So if we disappear, then all that exists for Australians is Special Olympics. Yeah. And I'm not saying they don't have a role, but we need to keep encouraging sport. As I said, our country's not big enough to have duplicate systems. Yeah. And we need to keep building the capacity of sport to be mindful of all citizens, not just anyone that wants to play their sport. If you're the CEO and there's a couple in the room, they need to be responsible for all citizens that want to do their sport. So how do we build their capacity to do that? Special Olympics does a different thing. So does that answer your question? And I'll leave it to Kieran.
Well, no, the structural answer is that our high performance system, we've aligned around benchmark events, being the Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. It's a funding argument. We've only got so much money to spend in the high performance system, and those are the three benchmark events that have been agreed to and aligned to. And it is a conversation that we have happen all the time. We've got a very strong advocate in Australia for the Deaf Olympics who fills my inbox constantly with questions about why Deaf Olympics is not included in the high performance funding. And as I keep reminding Phil, it's because high performance sits within those three categories and that's not going to change. However, those other areas, and Special Olympics is funded through our participation space. And so from and the strategy sits around that play well. There is engagement and activity that goes on there. And also we work very hard through the ASAPD, which is
Australian Sporting Alliance for people with a disability that's come together.
Thank you. Acronyms, can never remember what they mean. And so again, pushing that, and Special Olympics is one of the groups involved in that, because duplication is something we can't afford. It's killing us. So trying to integrate and be more aligned is work that we're doing across all different engagement points. I mean, just as I was saying that, it occurred to me, Invictus, for instance, is a really interesting one, you know, and it's growing significantly with popularity, but it is independently growing in Australia. And many of those Invictus athletes could absolutely and should be Paralympians. And so we're working more with Invictus to start to get them to think about classification and understanding the differences between to help people move across, because fundamentally we can't support every activity that's going on, and those benchmark events are where the high performance funding goes. which is obviously the vast majority of the money too, which inevitably drives the conversation.
Thanks for that.
I mean, I'll just add to that.
Yeah,
I mean,
please.
from India context, in fact, we actually came close to working with one of the athletes with mental impairment. But I think the requirements of the sport is very different over there. Right from high performance or governance, everything is slightly different. I think it's an area that's still being explored. Even if you look at transgender sports, I think those are the areas that's being currently explored. Probably a lot of research going on. But I think we're ready to make any active strides over there to formalize that structure both internationally and in India.
Thanks. Any other questions at all? Brilliant. Thank you, Robin, Arun, Kiran. Thanks so much for those thoughts. Really, really insightful. But I think more than anything else, I think a lot of learnings and I think perception changes hopefully within not just this audience but everyone beyond it as well. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sohail.
Quick picture. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Robin. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, dear. Everyone can hear me? Sorry, I don't think. Yep, there we go. We will be breaking for lunch now and we'll be back restarting at, can we say 12:10, Garima? Or rather 1:10? Yeah? 1:10 we'll be back in business, please. So if we can try and stick to time as we did yesterday to a large extent, that would be fantastic. Lunch is served, Garima, I'm guessing at the same? Just outside. Okay, perfect. Lunch is just outside. So even easier to get back on time as well, and we'll restart things at 1:10 p.m. Thank you. Thanks. Also, just a request to all the Australian delegates. The High Commissioner would like a Team Australia picture as well. So can all the Australian delegates please join us up on stage for a nice group picture. Thank you.
And check 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, check 1, 1, 1. One, one. Hello, hello. Hello, check 1, 2, 3. Make testing. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3. Make testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3. Check.
Right, welcome back for this next post-lunch session. I know we're still trying to get our plates out of the way, but for everyone outside the room, if we can start to make our way back in, please, that would be great. We've got an interesting panel coming up as well on universities, the foundation of Olympic excellence. We've got a discussion on the role of sports science, how institutions can be the key catalyst for Olympic success. Can we just start to get everyone from outside to maybe trickle in? I know you guys are doing a great job to try and make that happen as well. But we will introduce the panel of speakers as well. We'll have Dr. Lyndall Bruce, Associate Professor, Center of Sports Research at Deakin University. David Schmood from Unisport Australia, the General Manager of Sports Diplomacy. And also Anirudh Kalia, Associate Professor, Sports Management at the Geo Institute. And this panel will be moderated by Ravneet Pawar, CEO South Asia at Deakin University. Ravneet, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know people are trickling in. If I can please request everyone to take their seats so we can begin. People do have flights to take later today, so it'll be good to finish on time. This is an exciting time for sports, as we all know. We've heard over the last 2 days about the importance of sports, what's happening in India, where does Australia excel, what can we do together. And I think it's really important to start thinking about the journey towards the Olympics and how both countries can come together to do this exciting job. The road to Olympic success is no longer just about talent and hard work. It is about precision, it is about science, it is about data-driven performance, and it is about a transformational role that has to be played in India. At the highest level of competition, the margins between victory and defeat, a podium finish and missing out are razor thin. And India is very keen to start to understand how we can start to win more medals, be more precise in how we do our work in the sports science and sports management areas. As you all do know, that sports science ensures that every aspect of athletes' preparation is measured. It's refined and it's optimized for peak performance, biomechanics, recovery protocols, nutrition, mental resilience, sports psychology, and tech-driven performance analytics is a must to have. This is where universities step in as the backbone of sporting excellence. Globally, the best Olympic training ecosystems are built in partnerships with leading universities. You heard from University of Queensland yesterday about their expertise. You've also heard from Deakin University about its expertise. And I do think that this panel is going to explore a little bit more about what universities can do to help build a backbone for enhancing and engaging for better Olympic outcomes. I'm really looking forward to this very exciting discussion. And on my panel, as they have already been introduced, I'll start with you, Lyndall. Tell me, how is sports science transforming athlete development? And what innovative approaches can universities adopt to create a stronger pipeline for Olympic success? Is there a targeted example you can share with us as well?
I think what we're seeing now from an athlete development perspective is we're no longer just focusing on the athlete as the athlete. We're taking a very holistic approach and making sure that we're developing the person as well as the athlete. So we're focusing on both the on-field and off-field aspects of performance, because we want to see athletes have the term dual careers, so that they have the opportunity to be the athlete, but at the same time they're developing themselves for their life and their career after sport. So there's a whole host of different examples on. We've heard a lot about the talent identification process, and I'm in the same camp as a lot of the people from yesterday around talent identification isn't good. Most talent identification programs just focus on the physical, and there's so much more to an athlete than just the physical. And if we're trying to pigeonhole athletes into a particular sport just because they meet some physical metrics, we're missing everything else about this athlete. So there's a lot of work that will continue to be done in that space around athlete development and how we perceive athletes and their development and transition through. And just an example of some of the work that we're doing at the minute is we've just conducted a longitudinal large-scale study in youth athletes looking at the impact of sleep on their training load, training schedule, cognitive function and well-being. So starting to put all the pieces together to see the impact on athlete development. And unsurprisingly, we see that athletes aren't getting enough sleep. If their training finished after 8:30 p.m, they're getting even less sleep again. If their daily training load, so how much time and how intense that training is, their sleep is worse if that's higher as well. Their cognitive function is impacted, so they've got poorer reaction time if they're not getting enough sleep, and their well-being is also affected. So really starting to understand that interaction and interplay between both the on-field and off-field. And I think that's where we're really starting the athlete development and progress, is really just moving away purely from just looking at their performance to everything else that encompasses that as well.
And what do you think is, say if you look at what Deakin is doing in this area, what do you think can be translated back into the Indian context?
I think we can replicate some of the work we've been doing, because obviously we can't just say it's going to be exactly the same. There's very different parameters around the privatisation, as we've heard across the last couple of days, of how sports run. There's different opportunities, but I think we can apply the similar study designs, the good science that we do, and see what the outcomes are in that Indian context. And then the next step for both is then working, what does that mean? How do we influence the sports administrators around and the sport coaches? Let's not have training finish so late at the night so that their sleep's impacted. And that's the next stage, getting the interventions in place to allow athletes to get enough sleep, which is only going to improve their performance. We know sleep is probably one of the best things and that silver bullet to really improve performance and recovery.
Right. I think coming on to sort of the Indian context here, Anirudh, I'm going to come to you and ask you, what role do you think universities play in bridging the gap between grassroots talent and elite Olympic success?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Universities play a three-dimensional role in bringing up elite excellence in sports. One is being the creator of knowledge. Second, being the disseminator of knowledge, creation of new body of knowledge. And the third being creating wealth out of the innovation that happens out of knowledge. We at the Geo Institute are focused on all the three. Interestingly, our credentials on the practitioner side of sports are pretty deep. In the Geo Institute campus, we have a high performance center, which is one of India's leading high performance centers. 74 of India's top athletes are training at the Geo Institute campus, both in Orissa and in the Navi Mumbai campus. You would be interested to know, you might find this interesting, that top 400 meter sprinters of India who are trying to break the 10-second barrier are all training together at the Geo Institute campus. So what I'm trying to say is that on the sports science side, we have a high performance center, we have a high performance director, James, you met yesterday on the panel. And we are trying to build an approach where it is human first, athlete second. These are also the words that our chairperson, Mrs. Ambani, uses very often, that it's not about athlete. We need to first understand the person as a person first. Interestingly, out of all the metrics and all the coaches and everything that happens around an athlete, the sports science guys are the guys who look at the athlete as a human and not as an athlete first. And that's the approach that we're driving. However, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the knowledge that we could build within the Institute and our High Performance Center, using the resources of our Australian friends. So we really bank and lean on them for that expertise.
And what specific, I mean, this is transformational for India because, you know, sports science in India is nascent, if I may say. And I think that it's a long road ahead, but we've made a beginning. And I think with GEO and some of the other initiatives in India, sports science is going to be the backbone for this transformational change. What do you think is the most important thing from a policy perspective to build this narrative in the Indian context?
Yeah, so there are two ways to look at it. One is the top-down approach, which I just described to you. But India is a massive country. 1.4 billion of us, barely 4% are active on you know, their daily lives. So there's a need for a grassroots up approach, which I think needs a lot of work in the country. And one of the things that, you know, which is a slightly disturbing statistic, is that India has a falling percentage of coaches and physical education teachers at the primary school and the elementary school level. I was going through some data just to share with my friends here. The contour of the problem is pretty grave in India. There is an NGO called Pratham in Karnataka, and that NGO comes out with an annual report card of schools, and they have quoted a very interesting statistic. They're saying out of 49,000 schools in Karnataka, only 18% have a physical education teacher.
And that is physical education.
And
not
that's
even
physical
sports
education.
science.
I'm not even saying coaches, right? So India is, while India has lofty ambitions of 2036, but what you need is the physical education, the grassroots level teachers in schools that are there. And this is just one state I'm talking about, right? The disturbing part is that this percentage used to be 22% before COVID, and it has fallen to 18% now. Percentage of schools that have a physical education teacher. This is something as a nation, and as I think as a body of corporates, not-for-profits, all of us need to put our heads together with the policymakers of the country and do this.
I think it does need to be a coordinated approach because we do have to tackle the problem through the grassroots and then start to build the sort of elite funnel. So there is a lot of work to be done, and I do think that there is opportunity here as well for best practices from the world. My question to you, David, is we've seen universities have played an important role in Australia's Olympic success. What lessons can India learn from that and the model to enhance its own framework through either collaborative initiatives or through the university system in India itself?
Thank you, Ronan, and thanks very much for the opportunity to be on the panel. Yeah, it's an interesting role that Australian universities play, and slightly different to what they play here in India. Australian universities are not generally responsible for high performance programs, but they partner with national sporting organisations. There's a couple of really good examples with Swimming Australia and Bond University. My colleague here, David, with Hockey Australia, has a wonderful partnership there with Curtin University, and a big announcement which they made most recently about development there. So they do host a lot there, but particularly I think, and Linda touched on, was the dual career, the support around getting education and the balance between working towards and supporting their goals of competing at the highest possible level. So, but universities would support in scholarship and help facilitate as much as they can in that wellbeing space particularly, and trying to get them through their education, but at the same time trying to support their aspirations for you know, Olympic representation or what it might be.
What about high performance centers that are located within universities? How do they help in training and preparing for Olympic success?
Well, that would be, I think, David would be good here to comment directly on that, but the one for Hockey Australia, and particularly the one at Bond University with Swimming Australia, is run and partnered by Swimming Australia in the sense of Bond, whereas Bond a university will get the benefit of the association. Obviously, the quality of coaches are there, so they're not just coaching high-performing athletes at a high-performance level, but also aspiring that. So I think the ability for that, for the students attending is one thing, and particularly if they're aspiring. And again, coming back to the sports science, I think working closely with them is some of the great benefits of partnering with a high-performance unit or a national sporting or state sporting organisation.
Right. Lyndall, from Deacon's perspective, what actually does Deakin do to help Olympic sports in Australia? Like, what are the key initiatives within sports science?
So I think the sports science breadth is large, so we could reel off a whole host of different disciplines around biomechanics, skill acquisition, performance analysis, strength and conditioning, nutrition, and so forth. So the breadth of what universities do is massive. In Australia, we have the large professional sport network as well, so we work with both the professional sports and the Olympic sports. But at Deakin, we focus on doing a lot of industry-partnered research. So we'll partner with industry, whether it's the Olympic sports or the professional sports, to answer the questions and the problems that they have. So that's really important. We can sit at a university and we can do the research, but quite often that doesn't hit the mark. We're not answering the questions that industry has. So we make sure we partner with industry to answer the questions they have across whatever aspect of sports science that may be.
Right. And how does that translate to India? What's happening in the Indian space more broadly between university and industry, sports, research, and excellence?
So we clearly see a small awakening as far as the industry is concerned. If I quote government data, there are 1,200 companies as per the CSR data of the government that spend on sports. We are clearly seeing an uptick in this data. And that's very exciting for us. While we are not funded by external donors, we are funded privately, we are a foundation. But we are seeing increased appetite for industry to come and partner with us. We are a nascent institute. We are 3 years old, but our aspirations are very big. The other thing that we are seeing on the sports landscape is that this whole narrative about universities not just being cradles of talent, but also helping athletes once they are done with their sporting career.
So careers,
right?
For the future.
I think we will play significant role going forward. That's the direction that we want to drive in. Why should an athlete suffer once he's done with his sporting career? Why can't we prepare him for the career thereafter? So that's something that we're focusing on also. We're trying to build a roadmap there. And again, we would lean on some of the know-how from Australia, from Deakin and from University of Queensland on how do we get about it. How does Australia rehabilitate an athlete who's won at the Olympics or who's participated, and how does he move in the journey? How do they help him move?
And we have seen, I think through some films and a lot of media sort of about how India does not have that ecosystem to support athletes, and look after and support them in their future careers. I think that will be life-changing, and I think that will come back to this whole circular movement of people looking at sports as a career and post-career initiatives. What are Jio's plans for the next 5 years?
5 years is a long time. So we have a very grand vision. The vision clearly is to prepare the next generation of managers for sports businesses in this country. Today we take in a very small cohort of 16 to 20 students, but our plans are that we will scale it up as we go along. The good part is that there is no pressure of quarterly profitability on a foundation like Reliance. The sight is very clearly set on solving for the nation and in the bargain creating value. It is not about solving for us from an ROI perspective. So that's the guiding North Star. In the 5 years, you would see that we would expand our curriculum. We are putting a big stake on the table when it comes to research in sports. In fact, I've spent the last 2 days talking to some of my industry colleagues and some people from the 2 universities on how do we bring sports science research as a curricula within the institute in the next year or 2. So that's about it. A couple of good things that we're trying to do.
I think it'll be defining the future of sports in India as well. David, I'm interested in your thoughts on how you think international collaborations between universities create a more structured and a globally competitive ecosystem for Olympic talent development. And do you see any particular models that are more successful than others?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I think obviously the American model has been quite successful in sport with education, particularly the NCAA. I mean, if you look at Australia's performance, I think it was 2004, 14% of the Australian Olympic team were university students or alumni of, and you go forward to the most recent games in Paris, and it was a little bit over 70% were either students or thereof alumni. And I think that the role that could be played would be interesting. I think it's a bit left field, but if universities particularly, if sport was included in the ranking system, I think that would change things. Sport is not only obviously plays an inclusive role for people, and we've had some great presentations and talks about that, but a proactive way for health, mental, physical, social health. So if there was the ability for it to be included in a ranking system, well ranking, I think you would see a different tone from universities and I wouldn't say reprioritisation, maybe that's too strong, but certainly it would lift the competitiveness, I think, amongst universities. You see here, obviously, you compare Australia. Australia has 42 institutions, members of Unisport Australia, and we service and try and connect with 1.4 million students. Here in India, there's a little over 3,200 universities, 41 million university students. So just the scale of that, and I certainly think, particularly for India here, the capability to partner with national, state sporting organisations for Indian universities particularly is incredible. And I've had the privilege, I came for my first trip to India last year with the Australian Universities cricket team and just some of the amazing facilities here and some of the things that I know that many Australian universities will be quite envy of. So I think if that partnershiping can take shape, I think there's tremendous opportunity.
Yeah. On the can I come in on that? So very aptly put, David. I was looking at some data, and one of the key recommendations which we would like to put forth, and it was actually seconded by one of my industry colleague here, Dr. Reena Punia from the Manipal Institute, Manipal University in Jaipur. She seconded this opinion when I was sheepishly checking with her yesterday, is that India has a national institutional ranking framework called the NIRF. Yeah. All IITs, IIMs, colleges are ranked. You would be amazed to know that there are 6,500 eligible universities that applied for NIRF ranking. So at the scale at which we operate, is that if 6,517 institutions in this country are ranked by the government in NIRF, my only suggestion, and if the powers that be are hearing us, is to include sports as a parameter. It has 5 parameters on a weightage of 100. I would strongly suggest that sports infrastructure and technical expertise and outcomes should be part of the NIRF eligibility for an institution. That will be a game changer. I mean, that will make the elephant dance.
But do we have enough that are actually teaching sports education?
So it has to. So it's not just one problem. It has to be solved in consonance with the availability of coaches. Availability and training of coaches.
Yeah, because what I understand also is it's very hard to get good faculty that are trained in sports management, sports science, and so forth. And I think that if we were to rank institutions, we would definitely need good high quality education being provided, so we can actually include that. So I think it's a journey for India, and I think there's a lot of learning you know, through the initiatives and the work that has happened in Australia over the last 15, 20 years. I'm coming to you, Lyndall. Deakin is ranked in Shanghai, ranking #1 in sports science. We are talking about rankings, and we are talking about how important it is to include rankings if we were to really make this transformational. What are your thoughts, and how does that drive sports science at Deakin?
Yeah, I think we don't focus so much on the #1 ranking. We love having it, don't get me wrong. But I think the focus from our school in particular, which drives that sports science, is around doing good quality work, and that's both across our teaching programs and our research programs. So we want to make sure we're doing the good quality research, we're engaging with industry, and then that takes care of itself from a ranking perspective. But we're also about really fostering and nurturing the next generation of sports scientists. And I think that's a key part that I've seen in I think this is my 5th trip to India now, is around building the education of careers in sports and also understanding what sports science is. So it's around what have we learnt from our Australian space, and we've done some work profiling the Australian sports science industry. How can we translate that and put that into the Indian context and build the sports science workforce in India as well?
I think that's a really important point. Moving on to importance of data analytics and technology, can you just sort of in your mind tell us about how do you think that actually can help universities integrate these tools into elite sports, and especially in the Indian context, and how does that interface with sports science?
Yeah, sports tech and innovation is a growing field. I don't think I need to tell anyone here that, and it's growing. We've seen some great examples of innovation in sport tech in our week here in India in different contexts, and I think there's some great examples of that innovation that's driving some data collection in the grassroots. And I think there's two components. We've got the innovation at grassroots and then the innovation and tech at the high performance level as well. And I think it's great to see the development of startup companies really focusing on grassroots and understanding that context and that environment. We obviously know that there's companies, particularly around Australia, something like Catapult, that develops the GPS units. Now, no one can afford those on their own unless they're pretty much in a professional sport. So seeing the tech development that provides affordable solutions to use in the grassroots is really exciting and really important. And I think that's one aspect. But then obviously at the high performance end as well, we see a lot of machine learning components come in with AI around and you need massive amounts of data for that, but what can we find out about our athletes? How can we collate our systems? So we've got our GPS systems, we've got our performance analysis insights from our technical performance indicators, we've got wellbeing data, we've got sleep data. How can we bring that all together to understand our athletes, but then also make some predictions? So if I tweak this in my athlete, what's actually going to happen to them? What can I push them towards? How much can I train them before I break them? Because that's the point we want to get to, where we can get our athletes highly trained, highly attuned, without creating injuries or illness, and still get the best performance outcome. So that's where the tech and innovation works really well at both levels, creating affordable solutions we can use in grassroots, but then really looking in that high performance system around that analytics and prediction and modelling.
That's very well put, I think, and I think both of those aspects are really important given the ecosystem that India is working towards building. Aniruddha, I'm interested in your thoughts about how data-driven initiatives are helpful from your perspective, and what work is Geo looking at doing with sports analytics and use of data-driven performance measures?
Yeah, so I would say we are trying. Our High Performance Center is a great resource for us to leverage data and analytics. In fact, we have one of our talented performance managers here, is Durva from Bombay. She's here in the audience today, and she does a lot of performance management of India's elite athletes that are training with us. as Adil Someriwala said yesterday, it's so true that the availability of data was never the problem. It was always what do you do with it? How do you structure it? And I think that is one thing that Indians are very good at. And I'm going out on a limb to say that we may be the world leaders on technology and data because that comes naturally to us. We are very fond of measuring things. As a society, we are very outcome oriented. We are not process oriented. And data exactly gives you that. And hence, so one of the things that we are excited about is the availability of data and the ability to capture that data so that we prevent injuries from before they happen. We do not overtrain our athletes, as Adil mentioned yesterday. The biggest transmission loss in this country in the pathway to an elite athlete is on injuries. And most of the injured athletes do not get the timely warning, the heads up that they need to get. And that's what data does for our countries. So it will preserve the pipeline to elite athletes. That's the one thing. The second thing is that because of the revolution happening around medical tech, treatment is reaching closer to the point of injury, which was not the case. Like coaches, we also have some of the world's lowest metrics on availability of doctors per million population. Yeah. That's also a problem that impinges on sports.
And especially sports injury.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think while the government is trying to set up those 66 SAI centers, but the fact remains that we will need to move the treatment, the point of treatment closer to the point of injury, and data exactly is helping that.
Great. I think that would be brilliant to see, how we can work together between the Australia-India corridor. Before I open to the audience, I'm just interested in where do you see the biggest opportunity, David, between India and Australia in sports?
In a university capacity, we've just signed an MOU with the Association of Indian Universities, and we'll assist them and support them on developing strategy and stuff. And when you can't, one thing that we've learned, and certainly with the support of the consulate here, with sports diplomacy and Jan and Paul here, is you can't just cut and paste an Australian model and bring it over to India. That's just not going to work. So understanding what success looks like for Indian universities particularly, I know for my colleague here, Baljak, who couldn't be here today, but he's a joint secretary, and we've got the World Summer University Games in Germany in July, and success for that is obviously medals, outcomes. The Games 2 years ago in Chengdu in China for India, prior to 2023, India had won 18 medals in 60 years of competition at University World Games. At that one Games in Chengdu, with some slight, encouragement and the achievements of university at that one Games, they won 26 medals at that one game. So that just gave enormous amount of encouragement, I think, for sport and for the investment that India are making into that. And I think numbers is not a question. I think participation and inclusiveness is a big thing. And I think there's tremendous opportunity to get the structures right. But I think that's still early. We're really excited to be working with the AIU on that around what success looks like. But in preparations for Olympics or just competitiveness in other sports outside of cricket, I know we've had conversation about water sports and swimming and sports that are not known but not hugely achieved. I suppose in India is something that certainly the AIU are really keen to prioritise within universities, and of course with a captured market, or should I say captured 41 million students there who are of that age and encouragement. I think that's it's a tremendous opportunity.
Absolutely, and I do think that in India you cannot not talk scale. So you've got to start with pilots, but you've got to scale it up, because that's where the difference will come through. Lyndall, from your perspective, where do you see the big opportunities for collaboration?
I think it's in the education space. If we think of in terms of a runway to 2036, the workforce required to deliver an Olympics is massive, and the opportunity that universities have to work together to deliver education across sports management, your event management, sports science, sport development, to make sure you encompass the opportunities that come from hosting Olympics across the legacy, the participation, the inclusion that comes from that is absolutely massive. And I think with the education, the research will come as well. So it's combining those two. And if we start with the education, ensuring we upskill that Indian workforce, then the research is going to come from that as well.
Right. Do you think India is prepared for Olympics?
Oh, yeah. So I keep saying that the elephant is going to dance one day.
It will?
But it will take a lot of work to make the elephant dance. And
is India working towards?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a groundswell of enthusiasm building in, investment building in, intent building in. And to David's point, I think we are a nation which, when it wakes up, it really does. So I'm very optimistic.
When is the question. Great. On that note, we'll open the floor to questions. So if there's any questions, could you please raise your hand? We have about 5 minutes before we close, so I think we can take 2 questions. Yes? Please go. Yes.
I had to ask an obligatory question, sorry. So there's combining a previous session and this one, talking about the number of students being much higher scale, talking about the elephant and talking about the number of teachers. And from where we sit, something that Kieran Perkin mentioned as a student in Australia, 4 different terms, 4 different sports. How do you make the elephant dance when it comes to the number of teachers, increasing that from before COVID, after COVID, and changing that? Because that's where, from me as an Australian kid, that's where I learnt my passion with so many different sports. How do you change the education component to that grassroots through to high performance?
Yeah, so thank you, Chris. So one of the big thrust areas for the government of India is to build the capacity on the ground for coaches and physical education teachers. In fact, a week ago, the Union Minister of Youth and Sports has issued a new course called the Special Capacity Building Course for elite athletes that have ended their careers, to enable them to become coaches, right? Now that's a very small population of athletes which are being turned back into the system. But the government of India is also working on a lot of other initiatives which are increasing the number of certificate courses for preparing coaches. So there is no easy solve for this one, right? This is a big solve for a country of 1.4 billion people, millions of children. It will take time for us to bring. But I think the beginning has been made, and that's where we are very optimistic, that the government understands the fact that creating athletes without creating the corresponding coaches is of no use. And I think all you will hear now is a critical mass being added with every year that we pass by. Does that answer your question?
If I may join in on that one, I think that it's going to be really important to make the mental change in the Indian system as well. You know, when you talk about grassroots, in Australia, you know, sport is a way of life, right? And kids learn that. They don't learn that. They live with it. Here, it's sitting on the side. It's not a way of life. But there are, but like he was mentioning, the percentage of physical education coaches in schools has gone down. So we have a problem there in India. I think that change in society, that change in the grassroots has to be made to make sports as a way of life, which will then, I think, complete the full circle, where we should have more coaches, and then we start looking at elite sports as well. And I think that if you look at this from a pyramid sort of perspective, it will happen at some stage where we train the best and we train the grassroots as well, and somewhere they'll come together to deliver what India needs to deliver. But it's going to be a journey. It's going to be a long journey, and it's not an easy one. The good thing is that policymakers, institutions, and industry are coming together to make this change and want to deliver on this. So I think that's the starting point where we sit today in India. Anyone else? Any other question? Yes, please.
So when we talk about sports tech, right, we naturally think about athletes, right? We tend to forget the fan, and I think the fan's been ignored in India for a long time, and there's a lot of way where fan engagement can be enhanced using sports tech, right? We talk about in-stadia fan experiences, out-of-stadia fan experiences. In your curricula, do you have something or a plan to include specific, I say facets that will focus on these areas and keep the fan at the center of some of these?
Sure. So thank you, Abhishek. So incidentally, in the current academic year, we introduced a 2-credit course called Fan Engagement and Community Building. We figured the fact that a lot of jobs that are appearing in the sports ecosystem in India are centered around fan engagement. Fan is the lifeblood of a sport, and we weren't teaching that. So we plugged that gap. We have partnered with Sports Interactive, which is one of India's leading fan engagement companies, and they've delivered the course for us. So very, very excited about it. We also want to bring in some research, some fundamental research around fan engagement in the years to come.
Yeah, Lyndall. Before, I just want to add on, I do remember that Deakin University, we partnered with Rajasthan Royals, the IPL team, and in that, we actually did a project with our students where our students came to do their internships here, students that were studying Masters of Sports Management. And in that, the main projects were around fan engagement. And how do you actually move the needle from where it is in India to where it is in the world? And how do you do that journey, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Royals have always been an exception. So they're...
So that's our work, that you can take that as our work there with them.
Yeah, within our Masters of Sports Management and our Bachelor of Sport Management, they do have a focus on fan engagement, and we've also got a Sports Innovation and Analytics Hub that looks into that fan engagement piece as well. So it's a big focus, particularly for our sport management.
But still, I think there's a lot to learn on both sides, because India's got the scale, India's got the people, and if we can really transform how fan engagement can work through, it'll be good.
I'll just add a comparison within Australia. So a normal cricket match, just a university cricket match may get 100 to 200 people. When we brought the Australian university cricket team out here, we played at KISS University, and we had 3 games there with an average crowd of about 12,000. Our students had never seen anything like that. It was just like the gates were open, and it was just played at another level. And I think the players got so much, and that was a life changer for them. And they were good cricketers. We unfortunately lost, but it was just well spirited, and it was so much fun playing in front for those players and even for the officials. It was just such a vibe, and yeah, I think it's so important, so important.
To the Australian colleagues, if you haven't watched an IPL team in India, you should do that. You would love it. So, yes, last question, and then we'll have to wrap up.
Hi. In Australia, the United States, university participating in Olympics, players going through universities is massive. So do we have any policies, and especially to Anirudh sir and Ravneet, because you guys are partnering big time in India in terms of university. Is there something happening on that lines as in policy making? Because that's going to be a deal breaker. Because 23 is an absolute average age for Olympians in majority sports. That's when they give their best. So that's the time they get into the university as well, or pass out from the university. Do you have something on that lines?
So we are compared to other institutions in the country, let me remind you, we are a 3-year-old university. We obviously have plans. The fact that we have access to some of India's top elite athletes is a great start for us. But those athletes have not been trained by us. We are merely Geo and the Reliance Foundation for them is merely a finishing institute. It will be wrong for me to ascribe their hard work to our credit, right? But we have plans there. India is a very, very hero-centric society. We love heroes, right? When Sachin retired, and I'm giving you a number, when Sachin retired in 2013, the research at Star revealed that there were more than 25 million people who stopped watching cricket from that day. That's how the impact of a hero is in our society. So for sure, what we are confident of is that the heroes that we are creating or finishing today, like a Gurinder Veer Singh, like an Amlan, right? Like a Jyoti Yaraji, who's been an Olympian, she's represented and won for India, this will create many more heroes. And already we are seeing at both our facilities that there is a steady trickle of girls and boys coming for sports now. So we are very confident about the fact. I will not talk about lofty goals. That's not for me to say. But yes, you're right. If Stanford was a country in Paris Olympics, it would have stood 11th on the medal table. That's how strong a university can be. And we hope that one day we'll have the strength of an NCAA, which is actually the system which is responsible for throwing up so many athletes in the US and so many Olympians in the US, in India as well. Yeah.
The policy change that you talk about definitely will have to be made. I don't think right now it has been done, but I do think that policy change will have to be made to make sure that we are able to provide this circular movement.
Yeah, the reason I say this is, I'm sure you'd agree, that currently the universities that give benefits or scholarships in any ways to given to top athletes, and this is just a namesake degree been given, and I'm not in no way offending anyone, but the thing is, also when we talk about grassroots and transition to elite, a lot of athletes majorly in individual sports, like I've worked with individual sports, and I've seen that a lot of them take up scholarship. They are in Stanford and then they leave the sport. I think that is something also which India can look at. If these guys are in India, you never know, could have been an Olympian already in a sport or so. So I think this is something that I wanted to point at. I think.
So just to finish up on this question, very, very, very pertinent question. I think colleges and universities will have to go beyond the sports quota wala admission to sports quota wala scholarship, right? And in our country, Chandigarh University and the Kalinga Institute in Orissa have made a strong beginning in those areas. That you can get admitted, but if you are a medal hopeful or a medal winner at national level or zonal or other levels, you get a A-level or a O-level scholarship, right? So absolutely right. We'll have to move from admission to scholarship.
Sorry, I'll just say a quick comment. The NCAA, I mean, America's got many challenges, as everyone would know, but the NCAA is a real challenge. I was talking to some colleagues there, and because of the change in policy, you talk about policy and the likeness and the brand of the athlete now, when you've got to pay a quarterback straight into college now on $3 million, the Notre Dame quarterback who played in the national championships, $3 million a year to get through college. The scholarships and the affordability and the sustainability of that for university has just changed the whole spectrum of that. So there are positives and negatives from that, and I certainly think for athletes, and talk about Australia here, there's only a use-by date. You've only got a short period where you can be physically well and play as long as you can, but life after sport, you need education or some formal training to continue working and earn and prosper. So.
Absolutely, and on that note, I do thank the panel. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion, and to the audience for patiently listening. Thank you very much, and good luck for the next panel.
Thanks to everyone on that panel as well. Thank you, Ravneet, for moderating that too. Just a quick announcement also that we do have a city tour that the Gujarat government has organized for everyone after this next panel. It's about sports in entirety, so you'll get to visit the Narendra Modi Cricket Stadium, the Naranpura Sports Complex, and the Atal Bridge as well. There's going to be a bus that leaves at 3:30 p.m., so anyone that's interested to please register with anyone from the Australian consulate as well. So just getting that one out of the way. But heading into our final panel of this forum, we've got a panel on the winning formula, sports industry and tourism. It's a discussion on tourism investment, participation, and fan engagement, and how it drives commercial outcomes for sports expansion and excellence. We've got a great panel of speakers as well. We'll welcome them one by one. Jatin Paranjpe, CEO and founder of Khelo More. We've got Luke Bold, founder and director of Alacria. Hope I'm saying that right. We've got Rohan Vyavharkar, Global Head Partnerships and Strategic Communications at Sports for All. And Rahul Bose, the President of Rugby India. Rahul, welcome. And to moderate the panel, someone that's had his share in Australia and India as well, Ravi Krishnan, CEO of Stepathlon, and also now building Abler Sports and Entertainment, ACE, a full-service data-driven premium platform for sports, media, entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. Ravi, please.
Thanks, everyone. I'm just going to say a few words before we start the panel. It's a real pleasure to be here, especially for me, because I have two horses in this race. I spent the first 27 years of my life in Australia. I grew up in Melbourne and had the privilege of growing up in a country that is deeply focused on sporting excellence and on winning, both on the field and off the field. And then I moved to India in 1995 at the age of 27 as part of the team to set up IMG for what I thought would be 2 years, and 29 years later I'm still here. You know, I think it's a great time to be talking about this topic of excellence. And you know, when I do these things, I try to think about who's in the room, and there seem to be at this stage today more people from Australia right now in the room than India, and I think that's a good thing, because it's really about how can Australia, which has demonstrated broad scale excellence on and off the field, and I want to talk about both of those things, help India, which has all the potential to achieve those things, but has yet to do it in any meaningful way except for cricket. So let's kind of put cricket aside for a second. I'll come back to that in a second. Before I do that, I really want to thank the guys who've turned up. I mean, you know, to me, this is certainly taking me out of it, probably one of the best panels in terms of experience. You have two guys who've played for India. Jatin played cricket for India, in fact made his debut at Sahara Cup. Rahul played rugby for India for a long, long time and is now the president of the federation. Jatin's now running a business in sport. I think having more and more athletes who understand what it takes to be excellent, taking that philosophy and applying it to the business of sport is critical for the future of India and the future of growth of sport across the globe. So it's great that they're here. Luke and Rohan, both who I know well, deeply experienced in the business of sport. So you've got four incredible people on this panel to share their experience and thoughts with you. Excellence. So, you know, and a lot of this is around the Olympics, and I guess I want to talk about two things. One is, what's the primary focus? Winning the right to host the Olympics and then doing that excellently, which I think is almost a given. India will host the Olympics at some point, if not 2036, probably 2040. You know, Saudi, India, they're both going to host it. And the goal is to do that excellently, you know. And I'm pretty sure that that's the easier job, right? Winning the Olympics, hosting the Olympics, event management should be done well. Huge opportunity for Australia and everyone in this room, because Australia delivers world-class events. And when I talk about the opportunity that is India, it's an opportunity to sell shovels in a gold rush for people in the business of sport. An opportunity for us, hardware, software, and everything in between, because India needs everything. And I say that in a positive way. You know, it's a great opportunity to collaborate to achieve excellence. On the field, not as easy. Let me just give you another quick stat. When I got to India in 1995, there were 3 billionaires. In 2006, there were 16. In 2016, there were 84. Today, there are 334 official. There's a lot more, I can guarantee you. But the point is, and a lot of money is flowing into sport through the CSR route and whatever. Yet, India went backwards in Olympic medal tally from Tokyo to Paris, notwithstanding all the money that's flowing in. So just having the money is not enough to achieve on-field success. And again, I think this is where Australia can help India substantially in achieving excellence. So I think whether you are in the business of sport, the business of sport science, the business of sport performance, there's a huge opportunity for Australia and India to collaborate. There is a predisposition, in my view, for Indians to want to work with Australia. And cricket's played a role in that. But I will say, and I call it the Steve Waugh effect, what Steve did in changing Indian cricketers' attitudes to playing in India led to Australia doing something in India they had not done before, right? Which is win away from home, the last frontier. I've been on the ground here since '95, and my view, and I say this in the most constructive way I can, is that Australia has underperformed off the field in business generally. I've been here for 30 years and seen delegation after delegation, and I just don't think Australia yet has worked out how to do business effectively in Australia, and that's an opportunity also. So perhaps taking more of a head and heart approach. India is both quantitative and qualitative when it comes to doing business. Approaching, India in that manner with both head and heart. Spending time on the ground, finding the right organisations and individuals with whom to work. There are many great organisations and people here, but you have to find the right ones with whom to work. You have to commit to the market. It's not a given that Australia will achieve everything it can in India. America's woken up. UK's woken up. Other countries want a piece of the pie. So it's going to be competitive. We have an office in London, we have an office in San Francisco, we have an office in Melbourne. We want to be a bridge between India and the world, but we will work with the organisations, individuals who step up and want to really commit to India in every way. Australia has, I think, an advantage because of the predisposition, but it's not a guarantee. And therefore, I think understanding how to do business here is critical. Approaching India as a country is sometimes challenging. It's more of a continent than a country in many ways. And I think Australia will need to approach it with both a combination of confidence and humility in order to work effectively and efficiently to achieve excellence with Indian business. With that said, let's get stuck into the panel. I want to ask my first question to Rahul, who's as I said, played rugby for India. He's a very successful actor. He's now the president of the Rugby Federation. Is launching the first Rugby Premier League this year. It's been a Herculean effort. And Rahul, I want to ask you, I know we've talked about, the priorities of a federation. What do you think is the number one priority for a federation? And with that in mind, what could you use from Australia or global organisations to help you achieve those goals?
Thanks, Ravi. It's wonderful to be here because really one of the beacons of world sport, as long as I've lived, has been Australia. It's the culture. It's quite extraordinary. And I was talking to one of our colleagues in the league who's Australian, and we were just talking about how easy it is to actually communicate with Australians as long as you shoot straight and you speak the truth. It's as simple as that. So Good to be here. Thanks, Rav. So, you will hear a lot of talk about sport being transformative, about sport changing the lives of the poor, about empowering women, about shuffling social structures, ingrained social structures, and all of that is true. But all of that can be done by a very, very committed sport non-profit. I can think of Magic Bus, for example, that my friend Matt Spacey runs, and it can be done by a very good sport NGO. That is not the raison d'etre of a national sports federation. A national sports federation's reason to exist is to win. If you don't win, nobody's interested in your sport. On the journey to winning, equally important is to win right, is to win with ethics, inclusiveness, transparency, and truth. Never bullshit anyone, always stand up and admit your mistakes, and always, always, always have a dream you can focus on. Win and win right. Once you set that, you have to ask yourself, what do I want to win? And for that, you need an audacious goal, a dream. For us, it's the Olympics in 2032. I think very, very few people know that we're doing better than most team sports in this country. Our women are ranked 10th in Asia, when men are ranked 15th. I'm talking about rugby sevens. And if you make the top 2, and hopefully the top 3 by 2032, hopefully we'll increase the quota by 1 more spot. Because Olympics, rugby sevens and Olympics is a quota-driven, continent quota-driven sport. Then you're looking at climbing 7 places in 7 years. Difficult, but possible. So once you have that goal, and you want to win, and you want to win right, it informs everything you do. The transparency, the integrity, the ethics, the planning, everything falls into place. In that entire plan, whether it's Australia today, Ravi, or anybody else tomorrow, it could be Luke in his personal capacity, or it could be an entire country or a continent. What you will be looking for is, and I'm speaking to everybody who knows, is the 360 degrees around the growth of any sport. You started, Ravi, by saying that, or somewhere in the middle you were talking about the fact that our Olympics performance is a bit up and down. It is because essentially it's not a culture. I'll give you a small example. All the Indians in the room will understand what I'm talking about. When you apply for a business school like IIM or an engineering school like IIT, if I'm not wrong, it used to be in my time PCM, physics, chemistry, math, or PCB, physics, chemistry, biology, for medicine, if I'm not wrong. So engineering and medicine. What if you made it PCBS and PCMS and said you have to crack the high 90s in sport too? Otherwise, you're not going to go. That's all you do. With the stroke of a pen, you say it's going to be PCMS. Now let me see which parent says, don't you dare go out and play, sit down and study. So what happens institutionally, if those reins are held and the lead is taken by institutions, it's the same for gender justice, gender equity, which I've been working on for 25 years. If a massive institution like the judiciary or the police say something, it's done. So similarly in sport, I think that is one lead. And I'll quickly finish by saying that, therefore, the Australia-India partnership, which hopefully starts today and has a huge, glorious future, as far as I'm concerned, both as a player and an administrator, number one, how do you build the culture? Fundamentally. Number two, what do you do to build sport at the grassroots and retain athletes? It's all very well to have 2,000 people playing rugby today, but if 20 come back tomorrow, you're left with nothing. Retention, and after retention, how do you actually make them believe that they have a hope and there is a pathway to a dream? The dream could be sporting, the dream could be financial, the dream could be social, but you have to create a dream for them to stay with you. And on the way to that dream, what do you do with them when it comes to their abilities in the high performance? The top, I would say the top last 10% of the journey is where you take them to high performance. And Australia, all the way through, the entire pyramid, I think we have stuff to learn.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, again, to re-emphasize that, I think you're 100% right on all the way through. I mean, there's an opportunity for people in this room and some who've left the room and many who didn't come, but maybe will come next time, to have an impact on Indian sport all the way through. Culture is a word that's used a lot, but you know, and I have some views on that. But it's a good intro into you, Rohan. You know, you guys are doing some incredible work at that sort of school level, but it's not easy. So you know, what's been good, what's bad, what's ugly, where do you need help?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you know, and you're right, Ravi, I think the word culture is thrown around a lot, but I think, and Jatin and I were just talking about this, that I think what we need to remember is that when you talk about a culture of sport, every single person who is a fan or is somebody who appreciates the impact of sport has actually experienced that sport. Now, at whatever level of excellence, I don't think that's important, but the fact that you've actually played some organized sport, I think, is a huge contributor in creating, when we're talking about Australia, every single child plays sport in school, right? And like Rahul just said, if you actually mandated one sport for a child, like just take up any sport, even if it's football, even if it's table tennis, even if it's, not dissing anybody, but even if it's pickleball, right? Take up a sport, right? And point is, and that's actually what we're trying to do with the SFA Championships. We put 150,000 kids across 31 sports, 22 of them Olympic, and we're trying to expose all these kids across 10 Indian cities to say, look, this is the value of sports, right? And of course, some of them, and we have other programs, and you know, don't want to take up too much time talking about those, but we actually have programs that will lead you to excellence. But the fact that you can enter this funnel, you know, and that's actually when you broad-base sport. And what we really want to do is actually at home, when parents will turn around and say, you know what, you do your homework later, go play first. And when that change happens, I think that's really what we're trying to do, right? So Ravi, to answer your questions pointedly, I think what's hard is to get people to spend money to do that, because we're not a non-profit, we're a for-profit. We want people, because I think if you can spend 5,000 rupees on textbooks, or if you can spend 20,000 rupees on school trips, we don't spend half as much on an average. I mean, at SFA we do get that, but on average as a culture we don't spend that much. We spend, I think, about 1,200 rupees per family in sport in India, right? And I'm sure Jatin has some of those numbers. So I think that's got to change. That's hard. What's great is the fact that people are waking up. People are changing. There is a positive attitude towards sport that we're seeing. And that's something that, you know, we're seeing across different sports as well. And I think, you know, that's because of the policy. There's policy implication. You know, we're seeing this with the national education policy. There's a national sports policy that's going to make it quite, when it does come into effect, it's going, you know, it'll change things because it combines education and sport. And then finally, we're actually seeing this with the disposable income that's starting to increase. Yes, it's only 300, 400 million, but that's still, you know, that's about half of Europe, right? So I think we actually have the ability to be able to uplift sports at a, you know, at a socio-psychological level, and then once that starts to happen, it'll happen. And then what we need from Australia is just all the learnings that we can get about how do you actually just get families to go out there and play sport, right? Because kick a ball in your backyard, we don't have backyards in Bombay, but you know, kick a ball in your backyard or just go out to the beach and run a little bit, and just those kind of things is, I think, you know, just getting those learnings from Australia would be immensely helpful. And of course, not to mention at the elite level, the sports science for aspiring athletes.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that is all of that rings true. I just want to go back to the Olympic performance, because I just don't think it can be just dismissed through culture. I mean, the amount of money compared to what has previously gone into Olympic athletes between Tokyo or whatever, the one before and Paris is extraordinary. Now, as I said, one is having it. The question is how you spend it, and this is leading into you, Judson. I mean, it's just having it is not enough. It's how it's spent, and this comes down to, I think, many things. You know, nutrition, coaching, blah, blah. We talk a lot about upskilling. So my question is, because to go backwards from 7 to 6 in that period, I don't think should be acceptable. If I did that in my business, I'd be fired, right? In fact, most of us who run a business, if we had that much money to spend and didn't get even a 10, 15, 20% improvement, would be fired, right? So I'm not even sure in India yet people are being held accountable and responsible for success on and off the field in the same way. So, you know, you've built a business from scratch. You know, I always think in my business it's dressing room to boardroom. The lessons you learn in sport you apply to business, and I've seen that with what you do. But the upskilling thing and just generally your views on that. I don't think we can just say culture, and culture doesn't appear from nowhere. Winning culture starts somewhere, right?
So I'll begin by a couple of lines on what we do as a business, and this is not a plug. This is just leading up to what I'm saying. So we run an aggregation platform for sports venues, and it's going to evolve into an aggregation platform for sports coaches. So Ravi, to your point, you know, we are talking about high performance, but I'm going to go down to the floor plate, right? We talked about deployment of capital being much, much more than what it was earlier. But let me give you some data on what we see on an everyday business, from an everyday business perspective. We know that there are 50,000 private sports venues in India. There are 90,000 to 100,000 sports venues which state governments and central governments have access to. There are 200,000 swimming pools in India. So there is a lot of supply. There is a lot of supply. The deployment of capital has to happen nearer to where the rubber meets the ground, and that is certification, uplifting of infrastructure to whatever level possible, creating certification opportunities for personnel closest to the ground, like a venue manager, for example, who needs to know a little bit of technology to automate a lot of the stuff he does. There needs to be certification for coaches, certification for tournament organizers. All of this needs to be done. So I feel that any country, Australia being the example today, needs to devote a lot more time to India. I think you need to look at India a little more from being future ready over the next 5 to 10 years, because that's when the action is going to start happening. And if I was in a position of authority from any country's delegation, I would quadruple the amount of time I spend in India, because patience is the most important criteria when you want to do business in India. You need to build a made-for-India product. My favorite example is Hyundai. When they came into India, they came with their global assortment of vehicles. They failed. When they made a car for India, now they're the most successful car company in India. So I think we need to look lower down towards the floor plate, deploy capital well there, and that will see efficiencies in the years to come around the big properties like the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, that's really well said. I mean, I've always said for India to be successful, you need to be a reinventor, not an inventor. Take proven business models, migrate, modify, monetize. I mean, that's the opportunity that exists here. You don't have to completely invent something out of scratch, and that's why forums like this potentially can be catalytic to rapid success. I think you've got to be patiently impatient is what I'd be, because I think you've got to get on with it. The world's moving fast, you know, and you're never going to get 100% right. If you try and do India right and want to be, you know, I say perfection's the prison, excellence is elastic. You can't be perfect here. You've got to be prepared to deal with challenges, but you can get anything done here, and if you get people pulling for you in the right direction, the results can be extraordinary.
And just to add a little bit, one more line to the supply piece which I mentioned, there are 180,000 private schools in India, and most of them have sports infrastructure. That's one big piece which I didn't talk about. So there is no dearth of supply. It's just you need to start at the right places and have a lot more patience than any other market, I think.
And you got to work with the right people. I keep saying that. I always say I do a thing called the India Update, which I'm happy to send to people if anyone wants to become to get on the mailing list. But I talk about doing business in India, and I always say beware of the great Indian first meeting, which everyone has. And I'm not saying that, but people then go away and think, oh, it's easy. I can do it by email, and I can do it by remote control, and that's not how you do India. You've got to commit, and that doesn't mean you have to turn up every week, but you have to commit, quantitatively and qualitatively, and that part of that is, if you're not going to be here, find someone credible and committed who represents you honourably in a way that can get stuff done, and then anything is possible. And we're at the beginning right now. I mean, I'll tell you, India opened up in 1992. The next day Colgate came and said, let's sell 1 billion toothbrushes and blah, blah, blah. But nothing changed the next day. 30 years later, you've had, my daughter was born here, she's 24. She's a different human being to that which existed pre-liberalisation. So you've got this new Indian coming through. You talk about the elephant dancing. Well, I actually think there's too much talk about elephants and snake charmers. There's a contemporary, cool India that's coming forward, exhibited by the cricket team. I mean, I love the way Australians react to Virat Kohli, because he's like an Aussie, right? He's got attitude, and he's not subservient. He doesn't bow down, and that's why they love him or they hate him. And I think there's a confident India that's coming through, and the world has to embrace that in order to succeed at doing business here. Just to move on from on-field, Luke, you're deeply involved with Brisbane 32, branding, fan engagement. It's funny, it's been sort of topically on the agenda, but not many people have talked about the fan as much, which I think is something we should talk about. India is determined and destined to host the Olympics. But it's not an easy job, and we've seen Athens, Rio, Sydney was considered the best Olympics ever at the time. What advice do you have for India? And what are your goals as someone that is been deeply involved with global sports events? What would you like to be able to contribute to a market like this? Because there's probably very few people in your position who have the skills, the expertise, and the experience to make a difference.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. I should say that I'm certainly been involved in Brisbane 2032, and we've been working with them now for 3 years. Robin, who is sitting at the back of the room, is actually one of the directors of Brisbane 2032, so I'm certainly nowhere near as qualified as she is to talk about it. But what I will say is, I think, the point was made in one of the previous sessions that legacy doesn't occur after the games or after a major sporting event. It's got to start before. And it's interesting from a Brisbane and even from a Paris and LA in particular point of view. LA and Brisbane have had greater run-ins, or they will have had greater run-ins to their events than any previous Olympics. 11 years. In some respects, 11 years is too long, but that's a different conversation about venues and so forth. But what it does do is it highlights the fact that you've got an enormous opportunity to create change leveraging the games. And the games, at the end of the day, last for 4 weeks. 2 weeks of the Olympics, 2 weeks of the Paralympics, give or take. So you've got to actually make those events work much harder for you than just 4 weeks in 2032 or 4 weeks in 2036. So I think that's the great challenge, but the great opportunity. Leading into the games, we've talked a lot over the last 2 days about, let's call them the opportunities that India faces in developing its sports infrastructure, its sports systems, and ultimately turning that into more kids and families playing, and ultimately more medals. But hosting a games in 2036 or 2040 is a great opportunity to focus the country, to focus investment, and to build those systems. I think one of the interesting things, we've heard a lot about private investment in sport in India. That is a reality. It's going to need to be a reality to achieve the sorts of things that the country wants to. But it's been interesting to hear people talk about, we've had 10 Olympians, or we had 8 Olympians, or we won 5 Olympic medals or 5 Paralympic medals. That's a really interesting view of the world, because that's a view of the world that says we're operating in a bubble, separate to a system or separate to sports. And we're thinking about our part of that bubble and not necessarily how our part of that bubble contributes to the broader system and the broader goals of the country. And I think that's an interesting challenge for India going forward. It's a reality. Investment institutes, academies, they're going to be part of the system, but what is the system? And so I think that's something else that, leading into a 36, leading into other major sporting events that India might hold, because the Olympics and Paralympics tend not to happen in isolation. How are all of those things playing into developing a sustainable sports system for 2050, 2060 and beyond?
Yeah, as I said, I think, you've got a mix of goals. And I always say to people, define success. What is success? We've talked to a few businesses here, what do you define as success? Some people may want to be operating at the bottom of the pyramid and just encourage participation, and that's getting, tennis, the USTA has a goal called 35 in 35, which is 35 million people playing tennis by 2035. That's a goal, fine, right? They have aspirations for the US Open to generate $600 million too. That's a separate goal, right? So you've got to define success. So I want to go back to winning medals for a second, because I want to ask Rahul,
don't we all?
I reckon, if you want to just win as many medals as possible, I'd put every cent I had into women's sport in India. I would put $1 into men's sport. If rapid success on the field, I'd pick certain sports for women and I'd go hard on that. I know that, there's a shorter path to success for women's rugby than men's rugby for reasons that should be obvious to most. But, if you guys had a clear goal for, and not just Olympics, by the way, there's Commonwealths and there's Asian Games and there's other forums for success. Do you think that might be a way to generate more commercial support for a sport like rugby? And if you said we're going to focus on women's rugby, not men's rugby.
We've been thinking long and hard about this at the Federation, and I'm not for it. I think that as a federation, if you want to win, as I started by saying, you can't be picking and choosing to first build culture. And I know you said something about your thoughts on culture. Let's be very clear about one thing. A nation that plays sport could perhaps be a healthier, happier nation. Doesn't have to be a nation that wins medals. It can be both. But certainly it just can't be that. It cannot. Unless you put 30 people into rugby jail for the next 20 years, or 20, not 20, but 7 years to win something. And that's all you'll get. When it comes to the male, female, or I presume, Ravi, you're asking a larger question that strategically, where should you put the most cents on a dollar if you have under 18 boys or girls, and where would you put the maximum money? Certainly at the high performance level, you would begin to do some kind of weightage. But would that mean that you're going to be doing this from the grassroots up? Certainly not. It's at that last mile. For example, our women qualified for the Asian Games and our men didn't. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, no, we should treat them both the same. No, they're going for the Asian Games, another camp, perhaps a better, more qualified coach, sports science from Australia, something. So you sort of, in that last 2 months, you give an injection. Certainly, but that doesn't inform the previous 10 months for which, where I would spend. So it's just that last bit. If there is something that's promising, then we would automatically say, right, let's put a little bit of extra money into this and do that. But otherwise, fundamentally and morally, I'm uncomfortable with that approach.
What do you think?
I think we have a top scheme in the country anyway. There's Colonel Johal, who's around here. I saw him. I think he's not here anymore. But there is a top scheme, which is the Target Olympic Podium Scheme, which exists for exactly this. And that's actually on the lines of what Rahul just said, right? Which is that last mile, sort of once you've identified the team. But I think if you just sort of draw parallels with your 35 by 35 and 600 million, I think those two are both linked, right, Ravi? Because unless you actually have 35 million fans enjoying tennis and playing tennis, you're not going to get to 600, whatever your revenue might be. I mean, because ultimately you're going to need a groundswell. And I think, therefore, to be able to say that, you know, you don't need, I mean, of course you need medals because you need the heroes and you need the stories and you need to be able to show all of that to the world and to your own country. But I think you also need people to be able to just play sport, and I think it's got to be, you know, and it's got to be done in a systemic sort of fashion, right? Like, for example, playing sport, interventions of sport and the intersections of sport around gender, health, education, productivity. I mean, all these numbers you can talk, you throw 150 million, a billion number by 2035, and you know, all of these numbers exist. But my point is that all of those are built on participation. All of those are built on actually people coming into the system and playing sports, and then excellence is an outcome of all of that, right? So I think to be able to say that, because it's almost like an investment, like you have to take a longer term view to be able to say, look, we're going to be able to get sport, because then by saying, I mean, then hypothetically, I mean, not hypothetically, let's say we played this out, cricket would be the only sport, maybe tennis, maybe badminton, and a couple of others would make that list, or shooting for certain. You go back to pretty much what the top scheme is, right? And you have this list, and then you're not going to have any other heroes in all the other sports. I mean, what about kabaddi? What about, which are not necessarily Olympic sports, right? But there are heroes coming up there. At some point, these will be Olympic sports, especially when India hosts it. We just hosted the Kho-Kho World Cup. India won that, and you know, yes, you'll probably say that that's not. I mean, how many countries actually even play Kho-Kho seriously? So
just 10 seconds. In the same vein, why are we focusing on team sport? You're paying for 20 people, and you're going to get one medal. What about 20 archers or 20 shooters?
I didn't say. I said women's sport, but I think you're absolutely
I'm just
right.
taking the
I'd be
argument
focusing on
further.
individual sport too. I mean, I think
but Ravi, that's my point, right? Like, because if you actually and now, like, if you focus on just a few,
No, we just have to shoot him. We're done.
Yeah. I'm saying if you
I
want to win
I worked with the guy.
Took
so
a turn.
my question is, what's the goal? If it's not to, if your goal is to participate, but at the end of the day, at the end of every Olympics,
Rav, it can be both, can't it? It should be both, shouldn't it?
Because you'll get the heroes when you like Abhinav Bindra was 14 years old, right, when he took up shooting, and he'll tell you himself, like, he was this chubby kid, and you know, who took up
and
sport.
his dad
he
built
just
him a shooting
participated.
range in his house
and he
and
loved
paid for it all
But that was
himself,
much
and
later,
that's how
Ravi.
that's how he
But
won.
Ravi, that was much later. That was much later. But he took up sport. He enjoyed it at 14, 18, 19. That's, you know, when he went and broke the world record. That time he didn't have the range in his house, right? And then finally, after he broke the world record, they realized, okay, shit, we're onto something real.
I'd be interested if you, and again, just going back to what Australia can contribute. So, you know, this is what when the Olympics went to UK, they identified way out sports where we can win. Cycling was one of the beneficiaries of that, right? Where can we win? They didn't care where it was. Sure. Where can we win, right? Now, let's assume that, not assume, it's factual. Australia's a great sporting nation. Punches way. New Zealand, not that I like to mention New Zealand in Australian thing, but New Zealand did extraordinarily well in the last Olympics. More sheep than human beings, right? They smashed it. My question is, if you went to those countries that are winning, would you listen to them when they tell you what you need to do to win? Guys, put all your money on women's sport. You know, it's archery, dominoes, tiddlywinks, whatever. Would we listen? Or would we go back to, no, it has to be about participation?
I think that's definitely changed, right? Even at the participation, even at the grassroots level, it's definitely changed, right? Because we build technology ourselves. There's enough sports science that's come in here. I mean, we heard about on the panel earlier, but with Deakin, I think there is a lot of sports science. It's coming in, and is it all there yet? Of course not. But we would definitely listen.
No, I'm just listening to the conversation, and one thought which I have is, we talk about how much capital to be deployed and where do we deploy it, but I'm more focused on when do we deploy that, right? So why do we look at sports budgets on a yearly basis? It doesn't make any sense. it's got to be worked on a 5 or a 10-year plan. So I think it's when you deploy the capital is what's important. And I also feel that let's look at the British Olympic Association. They are funded by the lottery completely, right? So why can't we do both here? Why can't the government focus more on closer to the floor plate? And why can't you bring private enterprise, which is already funneling most of the high performance dollars? Why can't they coexist? But I think the question is when. When do you take this call on deployment, and where do you then deploy that money? And why are we holding ourselves to 2036? Is that the right date, or is 2040 the right date? I think there needs to be a lot of deliberation on that first.
So I'm focused on excellence whenever it comes. I'm just trying to say, what's the shortest path home?
I think that's an interesting point, Jatin. I think we've spoken a lot over the last 48 hours about 2036, right? And whether it's 36 or 40, that's just part of the story. And I think one of the interesting case studies that is out there in world sport, and I like to talk about it a lot, is the Japanese Football Association. They set a 100-year strategy. Just let that sink in for a minute. 100 years. That's pretty extraordinary. Now, what they said over that 100 years was they wanted to host a World Cup. Everyone's laughing. All the Australians down the back are laughing. Look at them. 100 years. We want to host a World Cup. We want to win a World Cup. We want 100 professional football teams. This was in the late 80s, early 90s, when none of those things obviously had occurred. They're now, what are we? We're now 35 years into that. They've hosted a Men's World Cup. They've won a Women's World Cup. They have nearly 100 professional sporting teams. And they've done that in 35 years. They've essentially hit their 100-year goals in 35 years. They're now recalibrating and looking at what do the next 65 look like. But it wasn't, we're going to host a World Cup in 2002 and we'll build everything around that. It was, we're going to achieve that. These are the things we want to achieve. This is the timeline. The World Cup plays a role in that. And I think there's something in that for India.
Okay, so let's delve a bit deeper. So they set that strategy. Who did they call on to help them execute? Did they go to US and Europe and other places? Because they didn't have all the talent internally. So that's great. So if India did the same thing, where do they go? What role does Australia potentially play? Because Australia, I keep saying, is competing with America, UK, whatever. They're all waking up to the opportunity. India, they're all going to come here. I just said, Chris, who was here yesterday, he is the physiotherapist for the Ambanis. He's South African. He's not Australian. Maybe he then employs a bunch of South Africans. Maybe Australia's missed out there, right? So my point is, it's not guaranteed that just because we, Australians, are good at sport and know how to win, will get a share, a lion's share, a reasonable share of this market. So how did they do it, is my question to the Japanese? Because they didn't do it on their own.
I think you've answered the question. Absolutely. They've brought in capability and they've invested in building their own capability. So bringing capability early, and this kind of ties the knot really on the whole 2 days, right? Bring in external capability early, educate your own people, build your internal capability, and then you take off like a rocket ship.
There's one other thing I want to ask you guys.
So I think the streets of the streets are littered with government to government MOUs, right?
Oh, yeah.
India and Brazil has a football MOU. What's India's ranking in football?
You know how much I love MOUs.
So it's all about making stuff happen. It's all about making stuff happen. Go to the best or go to the 3 best people, evaluate, stick with them, come up with a long-term plan. It's not rocket science. It's unfortunately not rocket science. And just to your point about the prioritization of which sports do you go after? Okay, if you decide to prioritize that, we'll go after archery. Archery is big, boxing is big, Gymnastics probably is big. You go after 3 or 4 sports, but then try and join the dots on both the sides. High performance on one side, and then start providing formalized coaching in those 3 or 4 sports from the age of 5 or 6. Now, where do we fall behind, Ravi? It's because our footballers start formal coaching at the age of 10 or 11. The train has left the station by then. You've got to be 5 or 6. So prioritize, top up the high performance dollars there, but look at what you can do in providing formalized coaching at the first age possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's one other thing that I think would be interesting for you, for all you guys, is we talk about the money here, right? Again, you've got companies, Reliance, JSW, OGQ, but lots of money coming in from the private sector. I think there's an opportunity, and Australia could also tap into, is for the Indian diaspora. There are 35 million Indians outside of India. Wealthiest migrant population in Australia, wealthiest migrant population in the UK, wealthiest migrant population in America. The London Spirit 100 franchise was bought by Nikesh Arora, Sundar Pichai, Shantanu, paid way above the odds. Doesn't make sense, by the way, but they wanted it, they got it. They are all passionate about being Indians and connected back to the mothership. I think there's 1 million Indians in Australia. There are 350,000 in Victoria. When my parents got there were 2,564. I mean, it's extraordinary, right? And they're all connected back. There's many playing sport now. I mean, you saw Sangas playing for Australia, Uzi playing for Australia. That wouldn't have happened 30, 40 years ago. So they've come up through a different system. Tapping into the diaspora, connecting the diaspora to, that could be a triangle, right? Australia, federations, governments, organisations like yours, Luke, tying up with the diaspora there and helping them make a contribution back is another way to help, I think, Indian sport in a more rapid fashion. For me, it's like, how do you get excellent faster? Right? That's the whole point of collaboration, right? And you're seeing it everywhere. You're seeing Indian businesses in other areas collaborate with global experts to build bridges, to build companies that are not sport. We need to take that approach to sport, I think.
In fact, strange you say that, because for the last 2 months, we've been talking to a combination of Australians and as well as diaspora Indian Australians who have gotten together and are fueled partly by patriotism, partly by a love of sport, and wholly, amongst all of them, an opportunity to do business. Because if you speak to anybody, it's not, we need your expertise and you would like to make some money, and that's absolutely fine. So we've been in conversation. This would never have happened even 10 years ago, specifically for a small sport like rugby, but coming as it does from one of the giants, if not in every format of rugby today, but certainly one of the historic legacy giants of the sport, to come into India through 2 people who are from the diaspora. So I think that is definitely an welcome and an option, but is it something that one should consciously cultivate? I'm not so sure how to go about that, but even if you did it, I'm not so sure how many diaspora Indians love sport. They might love, I don't know, maybe they love cricket. I'm not so sure that those are the guys whose heart beats for what we're talking about here. I'm not sure. I might be wrong.
I actually think that you've got more of a chance of broader contribution to broader sports because you have gone to the US and gone to college and played tennis and golf and American sports and whatever, and swam and whatever. And
Yeah.
I think that's where you have the evolution, right? And you've got people who actually out there don't really care about cricket, but might be interested in other stuff. And I think that's maybe where you get a contribution back, and then juxtapose that with real expertise, and all of a sudden you're leaping rather than stepping into the future.
Yeah. Ravi, I don't think mobilization of capital is the problem. I really don't. I was seeing a program, and you have the IRCTC, the railway booking platform, huge platform. And they have a box there which is always checked for senior citizens. So they unchecked that box, to offer senior citizens the choice whether they want that discount or no. And they said this money will go to a cause under the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. They mobilized 235 crores in a year by just unchecking that box. So capital mobilization is not a problem. You have these super smart Indian entrepreneurs in the US, for example, who've had billion-dollar exits. If you have a credible agency which goes to them and says, hey, this is the plan for the next 10 years with the right checks and balances in it, I think more often than not, you'll have a nodding head, you know?
Yeah. Sorry, do you want to say?
Well, then I think you're right. There was no doubt be an exponential growth in the availability of cash. So then it comes down to how do you spend it. And then it comes down to the opportunity for globally successful organizations in achieving excellence on and off the field to tap into the opportunities in India in a way that is contributory for both sides. And that, to me, remains the challenge, because I go back to my point, which is between Tokyo and Paris. It may not be enough money, but a lot came in. And you've got to see progress. And we did not see progress. We saw regress. And that's not good enough. Right? So what's next is really the question, but that's the opportunity.
I was going to say that to your point about what does it need, right, to be able to triangulate, let's say, capital, talent, and performance and sports science, etc. I think it's also about, it's really about packaging, because it's not, it's how do you build a proposition that people can actually invest in, and then what are you actually asking them to invest in? You're asking them to invest in something that's long term. You're asking them to invest in something that's possibly nation building. You're asking them to invest in something that's actually going to give returns, not today, but a couple of Olympic cycles down the line. And I think that's the mindset which today does not exist. And I can say this confidently because as a former investor, like that's in sport. Like we were investing in fintech, and people were like, okay, fintech, I get it. Education, I get it. Sports, I don't get. Like, Rohan, why are you even wasting your time, right? Like that was the question I'd get on it, and Jatin knows this again as well. I get this on a daily basis, but but the point is that if you're able to just focus on saying that, look, we're actually and maybe one Olympic cycle can be bad, as it was, and it was COVID impacted, and there was, and you talk to a lot of other folks, like people like me who are bullish will say, look, we had more fourth place finishes than ever before, which is true, academically speaking, right? So I think that from that lens, if you're able to just convince people that, look, you give me money, you give me your sports science, you give me your patience, or whatever that combination might be, I think that's the proposition that we should be going and pitching, and that again I think is the appeal to the room.
But it's still a bit like baking a cake, right? I mean, having all the ingredients, and you can still come up with something that you can't swallow. And I think that's the challenge. Right? I mean, sport is both an art and a science, right? And that's the reality, right? And I think this is the issue. So just having the money is not enough, right? It's funny. I was actually watching this interview with and this is where culture comes in. I think is really like, even the best coach on paper may not work here, right? I mean, Denzel Washington was in this interview, and he's doing an interview about why did this particular movie require a black director, and he said, look, Steven Spielberg's a great director, and what's the other guy? Martin Scorsese's a great director. Steven Spielberg did Schindler's List. Martin Scorsese did Goodfellas. Each one could have done the other one, but probably wouldn't have got the same result because of that little cultural difference, right? And I think when it comes to training Indian athletes or doing business in India, and take it from me, I made every mistake possible when I came here because I didn't get India, because I think like an Australian. And I came in and didn't realise the difference between talking to someone in Delhi versus someone in Chennai versus someone in Bangalore versus someone in Mumbai. I had to make all those mistakes to get there. And I think cultural sensitivity is required to achieve real success in this market. You cannot just come in with a two-dimensional, this is how you do it, and this is my way or the highway. It doesn't work. So you have to have that as well. Yeah. And I think that's really, really important for anyone in this room who's come in from Australia who looks great on paper, is that, this is where I keep saying you've got to really commit with head and heart. How are you going to achieve success here? And I have not seen evidence in 29 years of Australia really achieving major success off the field in business in India, not just in sport. I've sat in a lot of meetings, a lot. But that's an opportunity. The real opportunities now, I think the next 10 years are going to be extraordinary in this country. Consumerism, B2B, everything. So there's no opportunity lost. But you've got to learn from mistakes, and not necessarily your own. Many of us have made lots of mistakes, so learn from the mistakes of others, the experience of others, and then I think this opportunity for Australia is extraordinary, and that's the message that I would leave. And that's why I'm glad that you came here. There's some amazing people who I've met here doing unbelievable stuff in Australia, and if the potential to take that and migrate that here for the benefit of everyone is really, really exciting. Do you have to go? Okay, so look, I mean, Rahul's got to dash and catch a flight. I don't know if anyone has any questions or any question for Rahul before we sort of or any of the other panelists. Happy to take a question. Otherwise, we can wrap up. So.
He's getting there.
So, hi, I'm Darshan from TriQuip Sports Mumbai. I just want to add to the culture conversation that was going on. So if you look at 15 years back, just rewind, we started with Mumbai Marathon. Mumbai Marathon is largely responsible for adding the sports culture to India. Like the generation there started running. We have been running since so many years now, and their kids have been watching them. And they have realized the importance of sports fitness, and they have started adopting the garments and apparels like 2XU. We sell a lot of 2XU from Australia on our platform. These guys have graduated to triathlon. And I think that's how we can build up the sports culture in India. It's not going to happen just, in a decade. It's going to be 2, 3, 4 decades by the time we really build it up. And we are seeing a lot of non-regular sports like triathlon, rock climbing growing in India. And we are observing that on our platform. We actually sell one triathlon suit from 2XU every single day. I mean, that's amazing, like a cost 25,000, 30,000 costing product selling every day that's a good start for our country, and that's what is going to build the sports culture in our country. That's my take.
You're absolutely right, I think, and I was one of the first event ambassadors of the Mumbai Marathon, and I thought, India doesn't run. What is this? India walks. India shuffles. India shambles. That's all it does. But my God. But here, that's a classic example of unfettered with the pressure of winning a medal. You're just starting a road race. Run for fun, run for a cause, run for fitness. Just run. And you're right, it has spawned, it's a mini revolution. How many Olympic medalists have we gotten from there? None. Because it was unfettered. So here the question is, I presume, we've been wrestling with the idea of balancing the introduction and injection of culture and seeing where that actually ends up at the high performance at the tip of the pyramid.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that and say that I'm a firm believer it's a bit of a cliche, but you can't be what you can't see. So it's really, really important that young Indians are seeing other Indians participate in sport. But where India lands in 36 and ultimately beyond, and I would counsel again that don't be myopic about an Olympic and Paralympic Games in 36. What you want to achieve and what we've talked about in this room over the last 2 days is far greater than the medal tally in Ahmedabad in 14 years' time, 11 years' time. I guarantee you that where you land and what sport looks like in this country in 2050 won't be identical to Australia or to the United States or to the UK or anywhere else. And I think that's really important. There are learnings, there are definitely things that Australia can bring, and we'd love to do that, obviously. But ultimately, India needs to know what it wants to be, and it needs to set a path to get there. And you may not answer the first part of that in the next 10 years, but it's got to be beyond the Olympic and Paralympic Games. There's so much more to achieve.
As I said, define what excellence means to you as a business, as an individual, as an investor, as a federation, whatever. It doesn't have to be the same thing, but then when you define it, go for it and find the right people to work for. I'm not here to define that. I mean, everyone's talked about the Olympics and all this, and I get it, right? And like I said, I don't think there's any doubt that India will win the right to host the Olympics at some point. Now, will they deliver a good one, a great one, or an excellent one? That will be determined by the decisions they make thereafter, right? I would say the Commonwealth Games was okay, right? Rahul, thanks, mate. See ya. So anyway, thanks everyone. We're done, yeah? Bossy.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for that. With that, the final panel of a really, really positive 2 days comes to a close. A big, big thank you to everyone that was involved. A big, big thank you to everyone that's made this a possibility from both fronts, the Aussie side and the Indian side as well. I think there's a lot of takeaways, a lot of lovely connects, I think, over the last 2 days, and no doubt a lot of connects that will go far forward into the future as well. Before I call a close to proceedings here, I'd love to welcome Paul Murphy back up on stage to deliver a small vote of thanks, the Australian Consul General from Mumbai. Paul, back to you.
Look, thank you. I'm really just up here to say thank you, particularly to those who've stayed all the way through to the end. Thank you very much. I think you've heard here over the last 2 days that sport really defines the Australia-India relationship. It starts with cricket, but it's much broader than that, and the potential is much broader again. What the Indian government tells us as Australian diplomats is that when Prime Minister Modi looks to Australia, he sees sporting collaboration as a valuable outcome of the country partnership. And increasingly Australian leaders, when they look at India, see the same. That impression is made most clearly here in Ahmedabad. I think in 2023, when we had the Deputy Prime Minister here for the momentous cricket match, when Australia's Prime Minister was here not long after that, or before that actually, I think, riding around in a chariot in the very same stadium, and over the past 2 days here at this conference. We've had wonderful proposals and suggestions, many interests. Sports science has come up repeatedly, coaching, tech, institutional partnerships, of course Olympic preparations, women in sport, inclusivity, financing, education, business, the list goes on. And look, we also heard from Indian leaders, including Gujarat's Honourable Harsh Sanghavi. He's not here right now, but I wanted to say especially thank you to him. Without his support, this event would not have been possible. And of course, with the support of the Gujarat government as well. Thank you to the Gujarat government who put together a team and also put on that wonderful cultural experience last night. And I think there's also a bus tour for those of you who want to now go out and see some of the sites where the Olympics may occur here in 2036. That's available too. Thank you also to the Minister for State for Youth Affairs and Sport, Raksha Khadse. It was an honour to have you here. We've still been in contact with Raksha's team over the last few days, looking at follow-up from this conference already. So there's some wonderful things in store, I think, there, particularly, for example, in women's sport, where she's been in communication. We, of course, also heard from the Australian High Commissioner. This is a clear priority for him. He gave us a lot of his time here. You heard his speech. It was very impactful and meaningful. And for him, as he said repeatedly, this is just the start of the conversation. So it's a big priority for him. But of course, thank you to all of you. Thank you for coming. The companies, the Australian state governments who brought delegations here, Meghalaya, who was here, the universities, the experts, sports leaders from Australia and India. the calibre of participation has been exceptional. And because so many of you, and not all of you are still left here, but truly exceptional leaders, I won't go through and name everyone, but I do want to specifically name, of course, Kieran Perkins for leading the Australian delegation here, having a true national hero doing that, a sporting hero who I used to watch on TV when I was a kid, or not so much a kid, a young man. That's wonderful to have you here to come into Gujarat and spending time to explore the opportunities. Robin Smith, thank you for coming in quite late in the piece, but really I think you impressed upon us the values that are so essential to sport and making sport a success, so thank you very much. Thank you to all our moderators, thank you to all our panellists, thank you to all those who've travelled a long way. Thank you, of course, to Suhail for your work over the last 2 days. A lot of work emceeing and moderating and maintaining a lovely positive energy and enthusiasm. And I look forward to being in contact with you back in Mumbai. Thank you to you all. Yeah, a round of applause for Suhail. I think it's probably a good idea. Thank you. I think this has been a wonderful conversation. We've had such free-flowing ideas, great ideas. We've been listening closely, we've been taking notes. You are the experts, and so our job has really been, the Australian diplomatic team here, has been coming here to listen, but your ideas are falling on fertile ground. So over the last week before coming here, the Australian government released the economic roadmap. It's available on desks around. You'll see in that there's a sporting cooperation section. We also released a new sports diplomacy strategy just on Friday, and during the speech from the Australian Deputy Foreign Minister when he launched it, India was the main country announced. So look, it just shows you the significance of India in the vision of the Australian government, and that your ideas that we will be taking back will be falling on fertile ground, and we'll be taking those forward. So look, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I know you're right at the end of the program. Thank you very much. I do want to lastly, though, thank my team. So particularly Jan, who's probably around or probably still working somewhere. And many of you he would have been on the phones to you last year trying to get you interested in this idea. Garima, of course, if Garima survived, she will deserves a real round of applause. Alia, Atri, I can see you down there. Thank you so much. Naz, Yukta, Andrew, and there's a few others that have left, but I think that's everyone who's still around. But thank you so much. Amazing job. And look, I wish you all the best of luck and success and safe travels home. Thank you very much.